All right. Good morning, everyone. From Shelby, Michigan. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Ron Small, but Tim Shoopy. Montague Wildcats, North Muskegon. District 73 playoffs. Montague Wildcats put 2 on the board. They were able to jump out on top. Logan's let go. How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing great. We had Cole Moss with an RBI, and also Chase Kurtzel had an RBI in that first inning.
So we appreciate you listening in. You're able to kind of put it together here. Windy day here in Shelby, Michigan. R&R Broadcasting here. We're able to put it together. I want to thank our sponsors for putting this together. It's a type of inning, Monty, you want to put off together to kind of jump on top. Eli Peterson on the bump for Montague. Got the lead he wanted to be able to put that. Feel comfortable? You want to get started with that. You know, when you're a pitcher, Jim, you know you've pitched in many games. How does it feel when you're able to get a lead and then take the bump?
Well, the first thing that you got to come out is start throwing strikes, and if you can throw strikes and stay ahead of the batters, it's a much easier time to get out. And in a district game, it's always great to start out on top.
So the starting lineup, at least the batting order here from Montague, for them is Bradley will lead off for Montague. Then Tolman after second, then Cole Moss will be third. Bailey will be cleanup. Kurgel will be batting and be DHing. Peterson, but actually North Muskegon is actually going to be up to bat here. Kylan Nelson, all conference, will be leading off. Hits it right over. Gobbled up by the third baseman, throws on over. 1 pitch, 1 out for Montague. They take it. Brings up the second batter. DHing for North Muskegon, Olin Silvas.
Who was also an all-conference selection.
Swing and a miss. We'll get our left-hander. Swing and a miss. So quickly out 0-2 for them. Windy day here up in Shelby, and strikes him out, so 2 up, 2 down. Feeling quite good at the moment. Brings up Bronson Hurst for the Norseman. He hits a line shot, makes it 2 out single. Muskegon's got their first runner on. We are going to get our scoreboard up. Taking a little bit here. We had a little bit of some technical difficulty as mentioned, so we'll get our scoreboard going. Just give me a second.
Yeah, that was a real good hit by Bronson Hurst. He is committed to Cornerstone University.
Beautiful field down there.
Especially that dorm that goes around the backstop.
So Shelby has the field looking very nice at the moment. It is a beautiful field here. I came on out to kind of take a look at everything, and they had it looking very nice. like the chatter over there. We're a little bit away from the field there, but you can probably hear the chatter and the wind blowing. It's a good battle. I've been looking forward to this battle all day, all weekend. Swing and a miss. So Tim, you'll be up in the second game here. He's doing me a favor over here. A little color commentary.
Well, we have two really good umpires out there right now, Scott Siginga and Tim Skidema behind the plate right now.
And we do work together, Tim and I. So 2 outs. On a 1 count. And he gets him over, a little soft grounded over. Curves of Bob, gobbles it up. And he gets him. So brings us over to the end of 1. Montague up 2-zip. We want to thank our sponsors here, Shoreline Foot and Ankle. Shelby State Bank. Got 3 different branches. They've been taking care of us for years. This is the one in Shelby. Bulldog Dumpsters. They serve the Shelby area along with the greater Muskegon area. We also have Shelby and Montague. They serving for over 95 years and recently in Montague. We also have Gaby Peterson, 5-star real estate here in Shelby and Hart. Looking for real estate, go see Gaby. And also North Muskegon, Shelby Bank, and they sponsoring this telecast. We want to thank them. Go with Mario. These are our sponsors. Without them, this would not be possible. We appreciate them taking care of us.
Yeah, but Jeff Moss is happy after that first inning because I know the last time these two teams matched up, it was a 1-0 game in North Muskegon's favor.
Yeah, and the thing is that, they split 1-on-1, and they played the, they played the city tournament, and that was that 1-0 game. If you talk to the folks of Montague, they figured they felt like they could have won that game, but they did not. And so this is an opportunity for them to kind of get back on it. And we'll see how it goes. I think Montague's feeling pretty good. Slipco back on the bump here. A little bit low. 1-0. Ivy commit. Logan Slipco, one of the leaders on this team. Fouled off, 1-1.
Yeah, he's been pretty tough for North Muskegon in his 4-year career there.
300 strikeouts plus in that career.
I probably have about 25 of those strikeouts from behind the plate.
Yeah, so what do you think of him, Tim, when you watch some of that? What do you see? What do you like about him?
Yeah, he's tough.
A little bounce on the second, not over. So 1 up, 1 down.
And he's a great kid. The last game that I did, they played Pizzeria, and I had the pleasure of being the first base umpire when he was going out to right field, and had a pretty good conversation with him about what he expects and what he wants to do in college, and he's a great kid.
Up. From Montague. What we got here? Numbers, Jeff Moss tell me they're changing some of the numbers here. Off speed pitch a little bit high.
That's Levi Augerup, the second baseman.
Alrighty. There he is. Wasn't for Mr. Shelby helping me out. Strikes him out on a fastball on the outside corner, so 2 down now.
Looks like Logan's kind of settling in the second inning here.
He's up the top of the order. Bailey. It's the outside corner. Strike. Two down here. Fouls that one off.
Cooper Bradley led off his first at bat with a single, straight back up the middle.
Strikes him out. So a better inning here for Logan. So brings us to bottom of 2. Montague up 2-0. Winning dying down a little bit here, and it brings us to our sponsors here. Again, we want to thank them. Want to go with Mario Lending. Cadena Brothers Pizzeria in Fruitport. We also have KLLB Media, which also is part of our broadcasting. The Sports Academy. Actually, they take care of all your broadcasting needs. Got Shoreline Foot and Ankle, Dr. Smolin. The Sports Medicine, also up in Shelby. They got Shelby State Bank in Shelby. They've been taking care from all the way from Ludington down to North Muskegon. Bulldog Dumpsters. Taking care from Shelby down to Muskegon. If you want to throw out some trash, Bulldog Dumpsters will do that for you. Shelby State Bank in Montague. They are proud sponsors of Hoping for Wildcats. Gaby Peterson, 5-star real estate. And also Shelby and North Muskegon is doing that. So this leads us off to North Muskegon on the bottom of 2. Eli Peterson had a nice one up and down ball. Eli is in the 200-plus strikeout club. That's a foul ball. Looks like a young man from Stony Lake gonna take that one home. Are you a fisherman, Tim? I can't remember. You like to fish?
Yes, we have a cottage on Platte Lake, and we love to go out and walleye fish. And we also have a cabin up on the 200 River. We're like 5 miles off of the Grand Marais.
Breaking ball in for a strike. What's your favorite fish, Tim?
Walleye.
Walleye, yeah. It's a perch over at Village Inn or Village Pub over there in Bentwater. We were playing down there in the Medicine Man. Fouls that one off, fastball.
Yeah, Frick's hitting 266 on the season.
And he strikes him out on a breaking pitch, so 1 up, 1 down. What's the over-under strikeouts today here? What'd you think, Tim?
You know, we got really 2 good pitchers. I'd probably say between the both that they could be up 16, 17.
I think 25 between them two. I think maybe 12, 13. He fouls that one off. Oh, could be in play. Right fielder, yeah, makes the play. For Montague, that was Dylan Bailey, all conference in the Lakes division. I thought it might have got out with the wind, but he makes the play. So 2 up, 2 down for Peterson. Brings up Hurst, one of the Hurst brothers. There's 2 sets of brothers for the Norsemen. Breaking pitch, swing and a miss on Cameron Hurst. Montague, third baseman, says in a couple. Another swing and a miss. So it looks like Peterson is dialed in here for the district game. That one's down. 1 and 2. So how many district games have you pitched in, Tim, as a high school player? Who'd you guys play?
Well, actually, I didn't start pitching until I was a senior in high school. Back then, we didn't have a JV team, so you didn't play as a freshman, and if you're fortunate, you got to play as a sophomore. I think we had 2 sophomores on our team. Another K by Peterson there.
Strikes him out, so 3 up, 3 down. That brings us to the top of 3. Montague still up 2-zip. Brings us again thanking our sponsors here, the Sports Academy. Guzzy, and the former North Muskegon coach over there, Garrett. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, take care of all your foot and ankle needs. There's a office in Ludington. Shelby Bank here, the Shelby office. They take care of you, and I've been a member for 30 plus years. Bulldog Dumpsters. There's actually a dumpster by my house. I saw for all your needs. And then the Montague branch in Shelby. We appreciate them sponsoring. Talk to them. They're excited about this game. The Montague team. Gaby Peterson, 5-star realtor. We'll take care of you. Montague, Hart, Shelby. And don't forget Shelby State Bank in North Muskegon. There's Shelby State Banks all over, but North Muskegon, Shelby, Montague are specific sponsors of this. So it brings us to the 3rd inning.
Had a catcher Fletcher Toman up.
Another all-conference player from Montague. They talking to Coach Moss, they've kind of, I think they put like 6-7 players. Pops that one up. Looks like that'll be out of play. And Coach was in the Lakes division. Quite proud of his team, which he should be. 25-5 on the season overall. A very good season. North Muskegon also strikes him out on a freaking pitch. Slimko starting to find his way. Gave up a couple here in the beginning.
Yeah, you might be right on that strikeouts, because right now we're at 7 total strikeouts.
Yep. That's breaking pitches. High hat flies off of Slimko. The wind's starting to die down a little bit, but it is sunny. At least the umpires that don't have long sleeves. It's probably one of the games here, Tim, you and I worked together. I think we had long sleeves that day up in Hesperia.
I'd want to say out of all the games I worked, there's only probably about 5 games I was able to wear a short sleeve.
Grounder over to Freeze. He gobbles it up, throws it on over to Burrell. 1 up, 1 down, so he won't get a strikeout on that one. Peterson has 3 strikeouts. Slimko has 6 strikeouts so far, so we're up on 9. Pops that one up. last district game I remember. Little bounce over right to Slimco, gobbles that, backhand is that one up, and 3 up and 3 down. Brings us to the bottom of 3. And our sponsors. As the wind picks up, you can hear it on our microphones. Gaby, Peterson, 5-star realtor. Shelby State Bank, proud sponsors, proud bankers for over 95 years, North Muskegon. Go with Mario Lending. If you need some money, Tim, if you need some money, you can go with Mario. I don't know if you need any money, you're stacked.
I don't know.
You're stacked, you're retired and stacked.
Mario's a great guy, though. So, and he is a big supporter of athletics here in Muskegon County.
We appreciate that. KLB Media, which is part of R&R Sports Broadcasting. The Sports Academy for all your training needs. We didn't have any of that when we were growing up, Tim.
No, we didn't. As I was kind of driving up here to Shelby, I was kind of thinking about some of the opportunities that we had. I know I was one of the first players ever to go to college and play baseball. And now, you know, you start seeing kids around that are going to college and going to big-time programs. As Blake Grimmer's at Tennessee right now, starting second baseman, which is, I think they're in the regional right now.
Yeah, you're kind of right. You know, when we were growing up, people didn't think about going to college. You and I ended up starting out at Muskegon Community College. That's where I got to know you. You went on to play at Grand Valley, which was pretty awesome. Peterson's up on the mound. Has popped up. Looks like it could be playable. Left fielder makes the play. About 30 feet from the field. Wind blowing in. It's a good poke by a Muskegon player. One up, one down for North Muskegon. Swing and a miss by Jonas Slimko. He's a freshman. I was talking to Coach. North Muskegon. This guy's really come along. That's a base hit. Solid. Nice play. I thought maybe Moss could make a play on it. That's a line shot. 1 out single. Second hit for the Norse.
Yeah, around the high school that you went to, Whitehall had some pretty good players come out of that high school.
Actually, Noah Robart's brother was part of that monster team out of Whitehall. Division popped up. They were runner-ups for the state finals in '98.
Well, when you have a player like Nate McLeod that made it to the major leagues from Muskegon. Another really good player from Muskegon was Matt Schuda, who played third base for Michigan back in the 80s.
Ball high. Nielsen is up. Yeah, Matt was our Coach Johnson's brother at Muskegon Community College. Breaking pitch down. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 2-0. Ron Small with Tim Shoopy here in Shelby, Michigan. And he goes. Swings and a miss. Looks like he got him. Montague's fired up.
Yeah, Montague's making all the plays right now. Getting great pitching. Great throw from the catcher right there. Kylan Nielsen is going to follow in our footsteps to Muskegon Community College.
We got some commits there. Ball down. So 2 down now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. grounder over there. Peterson kind of falls down. No one taking any video of him, so there will be no TikTok videos of him falling down there. Nowadays,
What is TikTok? I mean, back when we played, we never even had TikTok.
probably a good thing. Payoff pitch. Fouls that breaking ball on.
I don't know. You and Patino are all up on that social media stuff, so.
Rolando Patino, as he's talking about. Normal color coordinator, but my color commentator. Payoff pitch by Peterson. Fouls that one up. Good at bat here for Nielsen. Coach Robart was saying Nielsen is the hardest working ball player he knows. The guy shows up before practice, stays after practice. Then he strikes him out. Nice strike. So big inning for Montague. And that takes us to the fourth inning. Montague still up 2-0. Pitchers duel as expected. Brings us to our sponsors. Bulldog Dumpsters. Shelby State Bank, proud sponsors, part of this broadcast. And Montague, stop on in, talk to somebody about a loan. You don't have to go through any phone trees. Gaby Peterson, 5-star realtor in this area up here, Shelby and Hart. Don't forget your North Muskegon Shelby State Bank, again, bringing you this telecast. Go with Mario. And sponsored our Friday night lights at Marshfield. We appreciate Mario. Cadena Brothers Pizzeria. They have good wings and pizza if you're over in the Fruitport area. You can see them.
How many strikeouts do you have for Peterson right now?
I have, let's take a look here. I've got 4 strikeouts for him. He's given up a couple of hits. Simcoe has given up 3 hits, a couple of earned runs. He's got 6 strikeouts. Brings up to top 4. Swing and a miss. Fouls. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Coach.
Roster and lineups.
Thank you, Coach.
Yep.
Coach Brian Wright from Shelby giving us the roster and the lineup ahead of time.
The all-time coach at Shelby, I think it's what, 42, 43, somewhere in there. But he's retiring after this year.
She's Kurzel's up. Swing and a miss on the off speed. Probably might have been that splitter you were talking about.
Yeah, he. That's the first time that I've seen him throw it this year, and it's pretty good.
We're heading on over to Ivy League. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. And just straight heat, straight gas, we call. Throwing up in the 90s. North Muskegon has been known for some flamethrowers. Charlie Branch, a few years ago, threw in the 90s. Eli kind of ducked on that off speed, strike 1. Ducks on the off speed again, strike 2.
Yeah, this is Slimco that I know right here in the last few innings right here. First inning was not typical of a Slimco.
And he strikes him out on the straight gas, so 2 up, 2 down.
That's Slimco up to 8 Ks right now.
But if you look on the scoreboard, it is Montague 2. Muskegon 0, so still got more ball game left. Committed last year to Dartmouth, I believe. That's the outside corner. This game is cruising by as an umpire. It's the game you love. Pitchers duel. jumps off. He's not an overly tall fella. He's 5'10", but he brings it. Interesting enough to be able to go to Ivy League. You got to be able to bring it, and you got to be smart.
Yeah, he looked like he hurt himself on that pitch. I thought somebody said that he has been kind of battling maybe a hamstring injury. I don't know. He's looking pretty good.
That's a little chopper over to his brother, throws it on over. That'll retire the side. So brings us to bottom of 4. Montague still up 2-0.
I know Jeff Moss has to be happy with Peterson's pitching performance. We'll see if he can keep it up. Actually, Jeff Moss started his coaching career at Reese Buffer.
That's right.
As one of my 8th grade coaches over there.
Did you bring him along?
You know, I wish he would have stayed at Reese Buffer, but, you know, he had his boys coming up through Montague and working for Kevin Bushberger over there, and things just kind of worked out, and he's had some pretty good years at Montague.
Well, he actually grew up, or actually went to high school in Whitehall, so, you know,
yeah, still the one thing that I still, one of my best friends, Matt Pallett, and him and I have a long time still win on my 2 assistant coaches, Jeff Moss and Brandon Becklin, playing golf. So, you ever play golf in high school, or?
No.
I don't even think we had a golf team. Matter of fact, I think the only sports that we had at Reese Buffer back then were baseball, football, and basketball.
It's hard to believe Reese Buffer didn't have all that. I know they have lacrosse now.
Well, they have lacrosse, soccer. They didn't get soccer until I started working there, because I was the dean of students at Reese Buffer, and back then, for soccer, you always had to have an administrator at a game.
Brings up a couple of strikes quickly. 0-2 out for Stolgus. Peterson's given up a couple of hits so far, 4 strikeouts. 35 pitches thrown, 26 strikes. That's called being dialed in.
Yeah, that's true. Do you know if Peterson's going to any college next year?
No, I don't believe so. And that's going to be, looks like it'll be played. Oh, nice catch by the left fielder right in front of us. That gets by him. That'll be extra innings, or extra bases, but Cooper Bradley makes a beautiful catch. It's worth a honk or two. All conference player right there.
That was an outstanding play right there. He's probably looking at least a double, if not a triple on that.
Yeah. You got to make those plays to make a difference. There's a timeout. Not sure what the deal is, but
I think they were questioning if he caught the ball or not.
yeah, no, we saw right here.
It was right in front of us. He definitely caught that ball.
Swing and a miss by Hurst. Bronson Hurst, third batter. He's got one of the hits today.
Yeah, you just wonder when high school will end up going to an instant replay. I went to the Tiger game on Tuesday, and I tell you what, there was about 10 pitches that was reversed from either balls to strikes or strikes to balls. Montague is not happy with that call right there.
Yeah, it was a check swing on an off-speed pitch. That call's low.
Yeah, Bronson Hurst is definitely a really good hitter and a really, really good catcher. Cornerstone is going to be happy with him.
Little chopper over to third base. Bobbled by, and he's going to be safe. So if he doesn't bobble that one, by Kurtzel, gets him, but it was a good call by Denny over there. So runner on first with one out for North Muskegon. Haven't had many base runners today, but
Yes, they had one. He was thrown out at second base on an attempted steal.
so brings up Slimco, fourth cleanup hitter.
Slimco can hit too. The game I was doing, he had a home run over the fence.
There he goes. And he's going to get in there. So he steals second.
Scott Sickinga right there, 5 feet away from the base, making that call.
So there's a runner in scoring position for the Norse. It was a strike, one out. Coach Robar would like to see this guy scored here. Peterson would like to strand him. You got the heart of your lineup, so this is where you've got to really cash in right here. It's been a really good ball game so far, as I knew it would be when I saw the potential district matchups. Pops it on up, should be caught by, oops, it might pop in there, and it does. It's going to hold up on third base. So a little floater over center field. Cole Moss came on in, thought he might make the play, so.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of paused on that for a second, and then he came in hard and just about got it.
So you got runners on first and third. One out still. Brings out Coach Moss.
Probably a pretty key situation in the game right here with one out.
Brings up Oliver Frick.
Who was the best baseball player on Whitehall back in the day when you were playing?
A guy named Jeff Lorenz.
Yeah, Jeff could hit it. He gave me a little secret about hitting at MCC. He told me when you dial in, you got to hit that ball right out front, and it actually changed my swing a lot because I was catching the ball a little bit behind me, and with his hit the ball out front. And Jeff, I think batted what, third for us at MCC?
Yeah, he was co-Mr. Baseball when I was a senior.
Was he?
Tiger Stadium. All-State. Yeah, he was a nice job for us. Brings up Frick, bat 258, and this he's gonna bunt. Oh, and he barely misses it off. He's trying to hit an off-speed pitch, which is tough. Peterson's got a nice off-speed pitch.
Kind of looked like a safety squeeze to me.
Yeah. The runner was going on first. Which is, there he goes again. And he gets the, oh, it's going to be foul. So he's 0-2 here. Small ball. If you get that down, it can make a difference.
Home plate umpire Tim Scudamo is right on that.
I've worked with Tim before. He's just a great guy. Does a nice job. Tim Soupy will be up in the second game, and will be fouled that one off. And Nick Moss and I will be analyzing your umpiring out there. Make sure you listen in, Jim.
Well, if you'd like, you can umpire the game, and I'll stay out here with Nick.
And he steals second, steps on off.
Yeah, they had that trick play on first and third. They're trying to generate some.
Yeah, they're trying to get him to block it, but he didn't do it. He didn't bite.
Yeah, Grand Valley, that we used to have to show up at 7 o'clock in the morning in the dance studio and work on plays like that.
He strikes him out. It's a big strikeout for Montague. Brings up a big play of the game here, part of the game. Brings up Burrell, or Burrell, depends on. Burrell, there we go. Fouls that one off.
That's his dad standing right there in front of us, Ron. Great basketball official. Plays softball out at Ross Park on Monday nights.
High on the fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Ron Smolin here with Tim Schuppe. Division District 73 district.
I know Braylon had the walk-off hit to win the game against Mona Shores a few weeks ago.
Grounder, slow, gobbled up, and it'll get him out of the inning for Montague. So they strand 2. It's a little slow roller over second baseman for Montague.
Ron, who do you think the best baseball player ever to come out of Muskegon?
Well, you go to MLB. It's hard to say because I don't, I can only go from my memory actually. This is the fella who played 10 years for the Pirates and the Orioles and the Braves, Nationals, Orioles, and Whitehall. But there was baseball before then too. So.
Yeah, Nate used to come up and hit with our kids up at Reese Buffer, and I used to throw him batting practice, and he scared me to death because his philosophy in hitting and batting practice was to hit everything back up the middle. And when you're about 20 feet away throwing short toss, and Nate was, the ball sounded a little bit different coming off his bat.
One thing about Nate, I don't know if you heard this, is that he would be able to, on a batting tee, you put the batting tee at home plate, put a ball in there, he could hit the ball out.
Well, another guy that could hit was Matt Shooter, who played at Michigan. And Matt Shooter used to go out to Craig's Cruisers out there on the one that threw like 90 miles an hour, and he'd start out at home plate and he'd just keep on walking, and he'd get about 10 feet away from where the machine would shoot it out, and he was still hitting real well.
It's fouled off to the right. So you ever wonder why, Tim, when they, after a strikeout, they don't, most of the time they don't throw it to the first baseman? You ever know why that is?
Well, they started doing that now, but back in the day, that it was just kind of past practice that you never did that.
There's actually a reason for that. So back in the day, the Yankees, Lou Gehrig played first base. Remember Lou Gehrig, a great first baseman. Probably could be arguably the greatest first baseman ever. Ball's high. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Kay Johnson, shortstop for Montague. But you also heard of Lou Gehrig's disease. Ducking on that off-speed pitch. He's got a great off-speed pitch, so 2-2. But anyways, Lou started developing that debilitating neurological disease. Slipco strikes him out. That is the 9th strikeout for him.
That's what I have.
But as he started developing Lou Gehrig's disease, he was so weak that he couldn't throw the ball around. So the Yankees decided not to throw the ball to him. And that's why everyone else in the MLBs back in the day just adopted that so they wouldn't make Lou feel bad.
Yeah, well, at the Tiger game on Thursday, I saw the ball going down to first base quite a bit, especially on the third out. But, you know,
Yeah.
in the majors now, they're throwing it to the first baseman, and the first baseman's throwing it up into the crowd or throwing it down to the right field ball boy.
So check swing on Levi Auger. He's the second baseman for Montague. Call a strike. Top of 5, another strikeout.
Slimgo's definitely has settled into this game now.
Turned into a pitcher's duel. Montague up 2-0. Tim Shoopy here with me. Ron Smolin calling this game. Wind is starting to settle down too a little bit, like it was. Off speed high. The West Michigan Christian Shelby game will be after this one. Winner of this game will play the winner of the West Michigan Christian Shelby game for the championship. Approximately at 2 o'clock. We've got a nice crowd here, probably 75 maybe.
Shelby's got a real nice pitcher too, and Day Garcia. It'll be interesting to see if they'll throw him against West Michigan Christian or if they'll save him for the championship game.
Yeah, you and I got to see him Tuesday in Marshfield. Fouls that one off. He threw really well. Man, he's fast. He can score 3 runs at a leadoff triple against Muskegon Catholic. He was the Shoreline foot and ankle player of the game.
You know, it's always hard to judge on districts. Do you throw your best or do you save them for the championship?
Well, we've seen it many times where you save people and all of a sudden you lose.
Yes.
Tim, who was probably the toughest team you ever played at Grand Valley? Was it Michigan? I know you pitched against Michigan down in Ann Arbor.
You know, Michigan was probably the best team that I ever pitched against. And matter of fact, I'm not sure if you remember a left-hand pitcher by the name of, I can't think of his first name, Abbott. He had
Jim Abbott.
Jim Abbott from Flint. Jim Abbott actually got a base hit off of me.
Oh, really?
They had him bat. He hit like a 13 hopper right between the catcher, the pitcher, and the first baseman. So we all charged it. I picked it up, and there was nobody at first base. So it was ruled a base hit. Another great pitcher I pitched against was a gentleman by the name of Tim Wakefield. Out of all the home runs that I gave up, and it wasn't very many, Tim Wakefield hit the longest home run. I bet you if we're looking here, he would have hit the school. I can't remember the school that he was at. It was a school in Florida. He was a first baseman, and when out in left field was the ocean, and he hit it pretty close to going into the ocean. So, and it was kind of funny because I don't think he ever pitched in very much in college. He was hoping to get drafted as a first baseman, and that didn't pan out for him. So, he turned into a pitcher, and probably one of the best knuckleball pitchers I've ever seen in my day.
Brings up Cameron Hurst. And we want to thank our sponsors for sponsoring this broadcast, bringing you playoff baseball audio coverage. How was that off? Quickly out 0-2. Peterson's done a nice job pitching a shutout so far. He's given up 3 hits, struck out 5. A little bit low. Montague faithful thought that might have been strike 3, but a little bit low. Only thing missing here, Tim, is a hot dog or he strikes him out on a high fastball. Strikeout number 6. Brings up Tyler Freeze. Both these teams got solid pitching. I was taking a look at the stats. They give up off-speed pitch. It's the outside corner, strike 1. Between these two starting pitchers, they almost are up to 600 strikeouts in a career. Low. Yeah, my last game as a high school player was a 2-1 loss to Montague at Muskegon Catholic Field, Sikorsky Field. And you know who was on the mound for Montague?
No, who was?
A teammate of ours, Bob Trevino. Left-hander, threw hard.
Remember when we were down in the regional in Cuyahoga and Bob took that line shot right off his ankle or his shin?
Oh, yeah, I remember, yep. Strikes him out. That gives us 2 outs. Hits the corner. Tim's calling it. Bob has only had 3 pitchers that ever gave me butterflies facing him. Another swing. One of them was Bob. Bob threw heat in high school, probably upper 80s. But he knew how to work both sides of the plate. And he strikes him out. That brings us to the bottom of 5. Let's and I'll continue this story in a second. I want to thank our sponsors here, Shelby Bulldog Dumpsters. They dumpsters all over the area, a couple of counties. Give them a call if you got trash you want to get rid of. Shelby State Bank in Montague. Clarissa Moon. They've been, this coverage is brought to you, probably serving 95 years, West Michigan, Huntington Fruitport. Gaby Peterson, 5-star realtors. Hart, Shelby, New Era. And then don't forget the North Muskegon. They've been doing this playoff coverage. The sponsors celebrating it at 95 years. And Joanne Stoneberger is the manager there. We appreciate Joanne. Go with Mario. Cadena Brothers, Pizza and Wings. And Fruitport. Part of R&R Sports Broadcasting, we also have KLLB Media. Helps bring this to you. The Sports Academy, located over at the Muskegon Mall, used to be the old Chuck E. Cheese. stopped on in to see those guys. Guzzy, there was no anything over there. So brings up Logan, Slimcoe. Tolman's fouled that one off. Threw out runner. His pop-up time is really good. I don't know if you noticed, he gets rid of that ball quickly. Also a all-conference wrestler. State finalist or placed in the state, Tolman. But anyways, Bob was one of the guys, he knew how to, fastball tailed outside, those left-handers. Threw hard. A little chopper over to Slimcoe. It's a tough play, gobbles it up, throws it out over, and one up, one down. The two other pitchers that gave me butterflies, both were drafted. One, well, Bob Cavanaugh, Oak Ridge, drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays, pitched for Central Michigan, also played a year in the minors. Swing and a miss.
I'm not sure if you remember Jeff Hoffman.
That's the other fella for Fremont.
Matter of fact, I was just up at Fremont, and I think it's still called Jeff Hoffman Field. You know what? When we talk about maybe being one of the best players ever to come out of Muskegon, we'll just never know with him. He was all the way up into the AAA farm system of the Yankees, and then he had that. He passed away. So I think he would have pitched for the Yankees. He threw up in the 90s in high school.
Cole Moss strikes out. Strike out for Slimcoe. Yeah, so Jeff Hoffman, you were right. I remember facing him. He was graduated the same year you did, so he was a year younger than me. I remember going up to Fremont. It was the beginning of the season. Brings up Bailey for Montague. First pitch strike. But I remember going up there, and he struck me out either 2 or 3 times. And I remember driving home on the bus, and he had like a slider I'd never seen before, and he threw heat. And I just remember I had never struck out that many times in a game, or never saw a pitcher like that.
Well, everything he threw too was right at the knees. He was money every single time. He never had a pitch that was up by the belt. It was always right at the knees.
Popped that one up. Moss did. Retires the side. But so he had I just remember thinking, and it was a guy that was just like, wow, I've never been like that embarrassed. And so he went and pitched at Ferris, did really well. Then his senior year, he went in, if you remember, transferred to Vanderbilt.
Yes.
Pitched at Vanderbilt. And then, as you're right, he went and got drafted like the 13th round by the Yankees and was up in their system. And then unfortunately he passed away in a hotel room in New York. He had a heart condition, he had an arrhythmia, which was a very sad. They have the memorial tournament every year for him because of that. And come to find out, there is on average, because young athletes and just young, people have these heart conditions and pass away, 2,000 a year in the United States. So about 50 or 100 a month pass away from these conditions. That's why there's defibrillators in, Tim as a former coach and as a teacher in high school gyms. I had a travel ball kid, Ty Swihart from Montague, that passed away. Must be like 8 years now, when he was 15 and had a heart condition that they never knew about. So it does happen.
Yes, the one kid from Saugatuck actually passed away during a basketball game, and ever since that time, there are machines in all schools, even elementary schools now.
Slip ball was gobbled up by Johnson. Ground ball thrown on over for the first out by Nielsen.
This is where North Muskegon's going to have their shot right here because they're coming right through the heart of their lineup.
Brings up Silvis. Swing and a miss. Last time up, made a beautiful play by Bradley over here. A little bit out. 1 and 2. And Silvis. A little bit low. Works to count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Montague up 2-zip. Ron Small and Tim Shoopy here with us. Tim will be leaving a little bit to go get dressed for the next game. Pops that one up. That'll be out of play. Actually a fun bouncer. Nice hustle. Harriman's over playing third for Montague today. I would assume if Montague wins, he probably pitches. He's their number 2 for the championship. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. Brings up the dugout for the Wildcats. Strikeout number 9. So we are at 21 strikeouts so far. So we're close to that over-under I talked about with 25. Brings up Hurst. It's 1 for 2 today. One ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss.
That was a very, very good slider right there.
Check swing, check on over to, you're gonna appeal it. They said he doesn't go. I think he hasn't gotten any calls from Denny over there.
Yeah, Jeff Boss is not happy with that call, but he's sitting right in line with the plate too.
Another ball here, slider down. Runs the count to full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Montague up 2-zip. Bottom of 6 here. Pops that one up, playable. Looks like Auger's got a beat on it and makes the catch. Retires the side.
How tall do you think Peterson is? He doesn't look very tall either,
No,
does he?
About 5'10", 5'11". 5'10" or so. Brings us to our sponsors. Cadena Brothers. Please Cadena. Yeah, Cadena. Pizzeria. KLLB Media. We appreciate them. The Sports Academy. All your training needs. Tim, you get over there and do some swings. You can throw that softball. Shoreline foot and ankle. There's Paparella, Smolin, Piper, Prevost, Montague, and, or it's going to be Ludington and Muskegon off. Don't forget the Shelby. Playoff coverage is brought to you by Shelby. 95 years of service. We got Michelle Comstock as the manager over there. Bulldog Dumpsters. We appreciate them sponsoring. Look at the dumpsters. Shelby, Hart, Muskegon, Montague, North Muskegon. Then we have the Montague office. Clarissa Moon is the manager there. We appreciate the 95 years of service, coverage. Gaby Peterson, 5-star real estate. Hart, Shelby, Rothbury. And then Muskegon. Joanne Stoneberger is the manager down there. We appreciate them sponsoring this in that area. Then go with Mario. Mario's got a pocket full of cash and he wants to lend it to you. So does Tim, but he's not in the lending business.
No, I can't because I'm going to be buying that house in Florida here soon.
There you go. So you're going to do some umpiring down there?
No, it's too hot down there.
Too hot?
Well, maybe slow pitch because you don't have to wear all that equipment.
You don't have to, don't you get hurt?
You don't get hit back there in slow pitch either.
So brings us to the 7th inning, top of 7. This game has cruised on by. Now we're 20 minutes in. Almost like a softball game, Tim, you do.
Yeah, that's why I like doing slow pitch because you just have an hour time limit.
Quickly out 0-2. 2-0 ball game. Kind of like how I figured it. A little bit out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The end of this game probably take about 20 minutes or so. And that's hit pretty well, but playable. Like Hurst might have been one of the best hit balls by, at least from the first inning. 1 down here.
Yeah, Montague came out real loud and enthusiastic, and it's kind of Slumco's kind of shut that down. Well, I'll be back real quick, Ron. I have to go up and do the flip for the second game.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Tim. Oh, you're gonna go. Oh, you'll be back. All right. So brings up Peterson. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here, nobody on. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. We'll be taking a little bit of a break here before the Shelby comes on up. Keep her going. Pops that one up. Should be playable by the left fielder. And he makes the catch. Guys, Frick, he had to come a long way. His position, the wind kind of held it up. So 2 outs. Slumco's given up 3 hits, 2 runs, both those earned, has struck out 12. Brings up Cole Harrimans. Montague holds on here. I assume Cole will be starting. Slumco hits the outside corner with a fastball. Into the 90s. Swing and a miss. Strikes him out. So that'll retire the side. So that brings us to bottom of 7. Montague still up 2-0. Brings us to our sponsors. Shelby State Bank. This broadcast is brought to you by them. Playoff coverage. Go with Mario Lending. Cadena Brothers Pizzeria in Shelby. Excuse me, in Fruitport. KLLB Media. The Sports Academy, located in the Muskegon Mall, the old Chuck E. Cheese's, but they've got it all decked out with batting cages and all kinds of things. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, offices in Muskegon and Ludington for all your foot and ankle needs, from bunions to ankle surgeries to sports medicine. Then we have this playoff coverage. This is the Shelby office. Our banking is still a people's business. And don't forget Bulldog Dumpsters. Shelby, Hart, Muskegon, North Muskegon. Then we have the Montague. Clarissa Moon is the manager there. 95 years of taking care of people. Gaby, Peterson, 5-star realtor. Brings us back to bottom of 7. This is it, do or die for North Muskegon. Leading off, Logan Slimko. Swing and a miss, or foul that one off. Peterson sitting at 77 pitches for 7 innings. That's called being efficient. Giving up 3 hits. He has struck out 9. Little chopper foul. Quickly out ahead, 0-2. It's been efficient.
Well, Ron, I appreciate you having me be a guest here this morning. We just did the flip, and Shelby will be home for the second game.
Alrighty. Let's see on who. Coach did give me the starting lineups here. Looks like he'll have Velasco's going to be pitching for him on the bump. Fouls that one off.
All right, well, I appreciate it, and I have to record this and see if you're going to be talking bad about the umpires for the second game.
No, you know it's a brotherhood. I very rarely talk bad. Well, thanks a lot, Tim. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
All right, thank you.
Strikes him out. Some high heat. So 1 up, 1 down. For the Wildcats. Brings up Frick. A little bit low on the off-speed pitch. A little grounder over to Auger, flips on over. 2 up, 2 down. So Montague's 1 out away from going to the championship. It brings it up to Burrell. His dad's here. I got it right this time. First pitch strike for Peterson. It's been a great ball game. Pitchers duel as expected. Strike 2. I think he's fired up. 1 strike away. High strike, or excuse me, high ball here. Tried to get him to go fishing, but he did not. And he hits that ball. It's going to be a base hit over. Going to try to throw him out at first. He's going to be safe. So nice play. It was a kind of a line shot. The right fielder was playing in. Bailey popped it up, threw on over. The Burrell actually keeps the game alive. It was close at first. Threw a nice shot over. Brings up the tying run at the plate with Cameron Hurst up the bat. Ball low. Okay, we want to thank Tim Schupe for coming in and give us a little insight. Fouls that one off, strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Montague up 2-zip. Ron Smolin here. R&R Broadcasting, KLL Media. Bringing you this playoff game. District 73. A little grounder over, gobbled up by Ironmen, throws on over, and that'll be the ball game. Montague takes it. Honking from the crowd. Wildcats punch their ticket to the finals. They will face the winner of Shelby West Michigan Christian. What a great ball game. We'll go over some stats here. It's a pitching duel as expected. So for the visitors, Bronson Hurst did go 1 for 3, along with Logan Slimko and Burrow, and also Jonas Slimko. So they had 4 hits. Logan Slimko finishing his high school career at 13 strikeouts, gave up 3 hits, all those in the first inning. It was a great inning. He pitched 92 pitches with 67 of them being strikes. A very good outing, but again gave up those 2 runs in the first inning, and that's all they gave up. On the other side for Montague, Cole Moss came up with an RBI. He was 1 for 3, did score a run. And also Chase Kurtzel was 1 for 3 with an RBI. Those were the 2 big hits. On the mound, as expected, Eli Peterson had 10 strikeouts. Gave up 4 hits. Went all the way, 92 pitches, complete game. Both pitches were complete game, but again, great game to call, great game to watch. Just a great high school game to be a part of. Again, Montague punches a ticket to the final. They will face the winner of Shelby West Michigan Christian. We will be back here in about 20 minutes. Live stream will be here, so stay tuned for those, and we will be right back. All right, welcome back here. Shelby, Michigan for the second game of the district. District's here, 73. Ron Smolin here with Nick Moss. How you doing, Nick?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Nick got to be on the bench there for the first game. Montague's 2-0 win over North Muskegon Norseman. What did you think of that, Nick?
I thought we played how we should have. We had talked all week that we had to get on Logan Slimko early. He's a great arm. But sometimes when you can challenge a pitcher early in the game when they're not really ready to go and locked in, those first couple innings can be crucial. And as you saw, I'm not sure if we got another runner on base after the first inning the entire game. So it just showed how important it was to jump out early and then to play solid defense and Eli Peterson to throw a great game. That was huge as well. Cooper Bradley had a great catch. Fletcher Thoman had a great game behind the plate. It's those kind of performances individually that you need sometimes. I know you win and you lose as a team, but you need those individual performances to win you these playoff games. And I thought it came together pretty well. North Muskegon's a good team, especially with Slimko throwing. He's a great arm, especially for this division of baseball. So it was great to see.
Well, we got another game on tap here, the second of this 3-game thing. We've got West Michigan Christian and Shelby, so let's go over the starting lineups. For Shelby will be home, so for West Michigan Christian, we got Owen Sipe will be leading off. He will be playing third base. Number 2 batter will be Jack Sipe. Jack will be playing first base. We got Ben Van Bale will be batting third. He will be catching. We got Caleb Clausing. Caleb will be actually shortstop today. Batting fifth is Clausen Reed. Clausen Reed will be over at, he'll be pitching actually today. Then we got Alfredo Farajo. He's going to be over at left field. We got Grill, Leahy, and also Vanderbilt. We're going to get started here. We got the first batter up. It's going to be a strike. And on the bump, we got Velasco for Shelby. Wind has died down. It was kind of windy here in the morning. 1-1. We got Tim Shoopy, who did the color for us. In the first game, he's the umpire. I thought he might be doing bases today, and then he was with their dad over at Reese Puffer. We were talking earlier. We chatted a little bit about that, and now he's the umpire. So I told Tim we'd all talk good about him. 3 balls, 1 strike. Just like the first game, you want to jump out early, give your pitcher something to work with.
Getting your leadoff guy is very important.
And he walks him, so we got a runner on first base for West Michigan Christian. Brings up his brother, Jack Sipe.
Bunt. Good bunt. He's safe off the bag.
Off the bag. So this is they're kind of cooking over
How'd
here.
you get in this gig?
Mr. Smolin right here, help me out. What are you doing here?
Well, we know Jaden, the catcher, and then Montague's game was here, and Montague's game was here, and then Montague's coming back, so we're just here.
Yeah,
Here for the duration.
in for a long one.
So runners on first and second. West Michigan Christian is cooking here.
Shows bunt again.
Breaking ball out. Wind is blowing in. We're looking at the American flag. Heat's starting to coming up. We're getting into the high 60s. It'll probably be 70 today. I don't want to say it's perfect baseball weather, but it's about as perfect as it's going to get compared to the spring. You can hear the strike call by Mr. Shoopy. 1 ball, 1 strike. This isn't the kind of weather you saw down in Tennessee, was it, Nick?
No, we had about 2 weeks where it was 45, 50 degrees, and after that I was grateful to see the sun and not wearing long sleeves very often. So
Yeah, something special about playing baseball down south. I got to do a little bit of that with the Jayhawks. You kind of see that clay infield, but even though most of the time you probably saw artificial turf. Back in the 80s, we didn't have a whole lot of artificial turf.
yeah, well, you'd see that red clay that you're talking about. Terrible to get out of your pants if you slide too. Just stains.
So Van Bale strikes out, but big strikeout for Belasco, so 1 down for Shelby. Runners on first and second still. Shelby co-winners of the Rivers Division with Ravenna and North Muskegon. Ball's low. She also had another former teammate playing down in Tennessee for the Christian brothers.
Correct, Kate Johnson.
Oh,
The balk call.
yep, hey, Bob. Yep. We're going to bring our runners over to second and third. And Kate had a nice season over there also.
Yeah, he's a little bit farther away than I am. I believe he's just outside of Memphis a little bit, which is a little ways away, but similar to me and him, he is also in a very tough conference with Tribeca, who I knew was nationally ranked in the top 25. Still might have been throughout the whole season. They've been historically a great program.
Squares the bunt, pulls it back. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. West Michigan Christian is threatening here. It's kind of like the first inning of the first game. That was all that the Wildcats needed to push across 2, and that was all that happened in that game. That ball is out. So 3-0. Then another teammate of yours, Colton Blankstrom, had a nice season for Davenport.
Yeah, I was actually able to watch Colton play. As you know, many teams from Michigan head south for the early part of this season to get that warm weather. And he actually played in Johnson City at the Doughboys Stadium, which is a Appalachian League summer league team. Their field's only like 10 minutes away from my apartment, so I watched Davenport take on University of Indianapolis, which was really cool. Just got back off a bus trip ourselves, and then came home and changed my clothes and got to watch him throw a couple innings, which was awesome.
So Belasco walks Clausing, and that'll bring out Coach Wright for a little discussion. Not how Coach Wright had drawn it up. So he says, hey, let's take a deep breath. I just need you to hit the catcher's mitt. As a coach, you never want to tell your pitcher to throw strikes. That's what he's doing. What you want to do is hit the target. You know, I always hear parents yell, throw strikes. What do you think the pitcher's trying to do? All that does is irritate the pitcher.
You're not wrong.
You know, so you just want to say hit the target. You know, a lot of times you see these younger catchers, they don't put the target up there because they're trying to be like the MLB catchers. Give the pitcher a nice big target, whether bring it up a little bit, bring it down a little bit. So if you're a pitcher, a lot of the young pitchers, they don't focus on the target. So if you want to keep your eyes on the target, and he walks him. I don't know, I thought he already walked him, but I guess not. I guess that was, everybody actually does walk him though. So it loads up, juices the bases early. Shelby will play the infield back. It is early in the ball game. Squares the butt. It's got suicide. Pops it up, but it's going to be foul. So I give Coach Waller, some credit there.
We played West Michigan Christian last year in a wood bat tournament at Fruitport. And this is very typical scheme by them. A lot of safety squeezes, a lot of suicide squeezes. Something to manufacture runs, and it's very hard to defend if it's executed well.
They're going to throw on him. They got him in the pick. Oh, no, that was a throw. They didn't throw it on back, so they do get the run across. The catcher threw it down to third, and the runner ran and kind of past that. And so they do get a run across for West Michigan Christian. So they score the first run of the game. There's a shot in the hole for a base hit. It'll bring in another run. Oh, they're going to hold them. It's probably a smart play. There's only one out.
Especially in the first inning.
That was a nice hit line shot, kind of pass, sat on that fastball. Probably not going to a lot of off-speed pitches here. He's having a hard time with his command and control. Velasco. You wonder how long Coach Wright's going to sit here. He's hoping for a double play ball to kind of get out of the inning. That's all he needs.
Famous one pitch away is in effect right now. Squares again.
So West Michigan Christian does like the small ball. Your dad sometimes will play some small ball.
Yeah, it's I think it comes apart with that small school mentality a little bit, that defending the bunt isn't the easiest thing in the world. It gets discredited nowadays more than ever because everybody likes to see home runs, doubles, triples. But when it's executed well against a team that maybe isn't the best defensively, it can win you a lot of games.
So Fajardo is up for West Michigan Christian. It's 2-1, one out. West Michigan Christian
Once
up one,
again,
it
up in the air.
So high, so I think it's a lost art. I was talking to somebody here in high school baseball. You don't see it like, when I was growing up, there was a lot of bunting that goes on. There was a lot of focus on it. And I used to do it a lot when I was in a slump. Because I had speed, I would bunt a lot to get out of a slump. You just don't see it a lot. At least I don't think I see it a lot. Swing and a miss. Strikes him out. Big strikeout for Velasco. Bases are still juiced. 2 outs. 1 run in here. Ron Smolin here with Nick Moss on the call. Buffalo. Actually, that's a pretty cool mascot that you guys down there, Milligan.
Yeah, the buff. That's in play. It's gonna. Wow, that's
nice
a catch.
By the second baseman.
It's that Day Garcia.
Yeah, he is number 1 pitcher. He'll probably pitch if they get into the finals. But wasn't hit overly hard, but was to his left. He read the ball well, outstretched his arms, and retired the side. So they do push across 1 run on 2 hits, excuse me. So West Michigan Christian 1, Shelby coming to bat. And with that, we want to thank our sponsors here. Shelby State Bank, which is a major sponsor here. North Muskegon, Joanne Stonebrunner is the manager there. Go with Mario Lending. They are part of the group, and he's also part of Cadena Brothers Pizzeria out in Fruitport. Pizzeria and wings. He's got some great wings out there. Along with R&R Sports Broadcasting, KLLB Media helps put this on. The Sports Academy over there in the Muskegon Mall for all your sporting needs. For baseball, Shoreline Foot and Ankle, Dr. Smolin, Paparella. For sports medicine, foot and ankle. And also here in Shelby branch, for 95 years of taking care of your needs. Bulldog Dumpsters, if you got some junk you want to get rid of, Bulldog Dumpsters is the place to go. Here in Shelby and also in Hart. And also, don't forget the Montague branch of Shelby State Bank. They are also sponsoring that. And Gaby Peterson, 5-star. So brings us up to the bottom of 1. Shelby coming to bat. Day Garcia. Lead us off. Takes one downer in the dirt. They led off the game. We did Tuesday, actually, the Friday Night Lights against Muskegon Catholic with a stand-up triple. This guy can fly. Ball's a little bit low. We got Reed on the bump. Did you say you played with his brother?
Lalo, yep. And I believe that was my senior summer of high school. He came on. He's having a little troubles with his arm, just as far as like healthing. It wasn't very healthy when he was throwing for us, but when he could, he had some good stuff. He could throw a hard, good slider. Once again, too, I'm sure you've seen with Day, Lalo, very powerful swing if he got into a ball. We'd do like batting practice at the Montague's high school field, and during BP, he'd always put some balls on the track, which is not an easily feat.
3-1 count, and he puts a grounder over to short, gobbled up by Grill, and throws him out. So 1 up, 1 down. It's a big out for Reed and the West Michigan Christian Warriors to keep Garcia off the base pass. Something about getting that first out brings up Velasco, especially for a pitcher. Want to get that first one. Fly ball. Looks like that'll be unplayable. Foul. That was a nice play by Bailey early in the game, last game here. The Wildcats played great defense. That first game win. Sometimes you need those plays, as a pitcher. A couple of drop balls. If you have to pitch 4 and 5 outs an inning, it makes it tough on you.
Right.
That one's hit well. Looks like that'll be played. Oh, a nice catch by the left fielder Fajardo. We hear some chatter there by the West Michigan Christian dugout. So way to make the easy play look hard, but you know what? Nicky played some left field there first time there for Milligan. We were talking about that before the broadcast. Those hard hit shots aren't the easiest for a left fielder.
No, and just like Alfredo, I got those similar comments from my infielders as well. I was always used to just catching the ball to my side in the infield, like an infield pop fly. So naturally in the outfield, I would just kind of coast to it, catch it down around my waist, not trying to show off or anything. That's just kind of how I felt comfortable. And I'm sure my infielders, more times than not, held their breath.
Brings up Waller, first pitch strike. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch, 0-2 quickly. So Reed's looking good so far. The Warriors' #1 pitcher. Fouls that one off. Shelby's got the field looking really nice here. I stopped down in yesterday to kind of look where we would set up to see what my signal would be, and they were all working hard. The field looks nice. The host districts does take a little bit, and something to be proud of here up in Shelby. Looking very nice. Off speed down. So 1-2, 2 outs. Thanks for listening in. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for helping us put on playoff baseball here. A pastime that happens every year. Swing and a miss. Caught by by the catcher, strikes him out. So that completes one inning here. West Michigan Christian Warriors 1, Shelby 0. That brings us to our sponsors. We again appreciate them for sponsoring. Game 2 of this 3-game district. After this game, we'll have the championship. Montague will face the winner of this game. We got Go with Mario. We got Cadena Brothers Pizzeria. KLLB Media. We got the Sports Academy. We got Garrett Moyer. He was the coach you probably saw the most from North Muskegon, and he's running the Sports Academy.
Yeah, Garrett's a really good guy. Sometimes I still go there and hit with Ben Myers. He's always in there, lets us in, works around, and now they also run the tournaments at umpire. I think Moyer was there for 2 years, my junior and senior, and then it was Hayden Modaf and Cutter was my sophomore year, which now they were at Lansing Community College, who I also played my freshman and sophomore year at Lake Michigan.
So brings us to the top of 2. Let's foul that one off. This is Willie Lee, West Michigan Christian. Picks up Lascos, lays off with a strike, fouls that one off where you want to do it. Oh, another strike here by Tim Shelby. So start to kind of feel the groove a little bit. What you want to do. And Coach Wright feel a little bit better. Strikes him out. You got one out.
As we talked about last inning, getting that leadoff batter as a pitcher, allowing to get yourself comfortable, settle in a little bit is huge. Don't have to worry about someone on the bases right away. It's a really big out.
It's a little bit low. Another strike. I remember that, when you guys, I think it was, you guys were playing Lansing Catholic Central in the regionals.
Yes.
You were a sophomore that year? I think you were a sophomore that year.
That would have been my junior year.
And that was a tough game. I think you had runners in scoring position, bottom of 7 or top of 7.
Yeah, we needed just one run to tie there. They had switched arms. Their number one that they had started was pretty good, and then the kid that they brought in second was actually their catcher. So now they're losing their number one catcher, and they brought in an arm that wasn't as good as the first guy. And we started the inning. Hayden McDonald, he started us off with a triple at Davenport. To start the inning, we just were unable to score him, which it's just baseball, though. You look back at it, it would have been awesome. Yeah, we had a great team. But in the most part.
Well, over there, it's going to be up to the center fielder, though. Waller's got a beat on it. Puts it away, and it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Shelby. Kind of way they dialed it up or thought it up.
Wind's going to kill any ball that's put in the air today. Chase Kurtzel hit that ball to center very well and just killed it.
Yeah. It can be tricky out there as an outfielder, but it can be your friend as a pitcher. I was talking to Christian, my son, who pitched at Siena Heights, and he faced Yadier Molina's nephew.
Really?
Yeah, he was a catcher at University of Northern Ohio, and he
at
looked a lot
Uno?
like him at Uno.
Yep.
And he got to face him a couple times, and he was actually able to retire him both times. But the one time, the wind was blowing in by about 30 miles an hour, or at least that's what he says. I mean, it was blowing in, and he did crush one. Christian thought it was gone when he hit it, but of course the wind held it in.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the lineup, it just looked like a fly out.
Yeah.
But it can be a pitcher's best friend. So, but as you know, Uno, they were always stacked. It was probably 3/4 of the team. They had like 110 guys on the roster, you know.
Yeah.
And 3/4 of the team were from like Central America.
Yeah.
You know, and,
Yeah. We played Talladega, which is in Alabama, right by the Speedway there, and that was our season opener. And they had one kid on their team that was from the States, and he actually happened to be from Michigan, which I thought was pretty funny. And I didn't know him personally, but everyone else was an international, and that was pretty cool. Kind of see a different form of baseball being played. It was awesome, though. It was a great season opener for us. And Talladega's pretty good normally.
Oh,
That's going to fall.
it's going to fall there. Kind of a lazy fly ball that kind of was in between the center fielder and the right fielder, which was Videveld and Leahy. Videveld probably could have called him off on that. That's his ball. But Simon will take it. Brings up Smith. As a pitcher, those are the kind that
Eat at you a little bit on the
I
mound.
would say that one. Yeah, that was a very catchable ball. But he probably didn't get a good jump at it, I think. Maybe that's what it is. I think I was never a pitcher.
Yeah.
I was the center fielder that maybe, I don't know if I got in the sun, but. I remember pitching when you pitched a little bit in high school.
Yeah, it was, gave up my fair share of home runs. Didn't quite throw hard enough where I could blow stuff by people, and my off speed was never great. Could throw an okay changeup just because I practice it all the time.
Hit well by Smith. That's going to be in the gap. That'll be extra bases. Looks like they'll score a run here on this one. If he's going to wave them home. That'll be a stand-up double and an RBI for Smith. That ties the ball game. For Shelby. He hit that ball well. Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, those are the low line drive swings you want on days like this where the wind, anything too high up, isn't really going to fly, but that was just a one hop to the fence on a day like that. It's pretty impressive.
Ball gets by the catcher. And he will advance to third, Smith will. So we got a 1-1 ball game here. On at third with nobody out. Yeah, I remember I was behind the plate when you were pitching some. And you had some decent velo. You had some home run velo, I think, for certain people.
Yeah, I remember if you remember Diego Pena from Mona Shores. I believe he's at Western now. He hit a ball off me at their place that we always joked around. It came off the tree harder than it came out of my hand, which might be true.
That's actually a good story. There's a strike. 3 balls, 1 strike. Ron Smolin with Nick Moss. Bringing you the second game of the trifecta here in Shelby, Michigan. District 73.
It's another good
Ball.
swing.
That'll get the run in, bobbled, and he throws it on over. Nice job by Mossing, though. It was hit to him. He bobbled it for a second, but he regained his composure, picked it up, quickly threw it on over to get Weiss.
It's also a great job by Shelby right there. Just in a situation like that, guy on third base, just putting the ball in play means a run, but it has to be on the ground typically. It's a bunt.
You know, he's going to get it. It does get him.
Good play by the
step.
third baseman.
Yeah. Nick kind of picked it up, ran on over. You had to make a quick throw, so
Also can only probably barehand that like he did to make that play. Not easy to do. See it all the time in the MLB. It's not easy to do in person.
yeah, not in high school.
No.
You don't necessarily see that in high school.
No.
Nice thing is it's a relatively low grass, so you're able to do it. If you have a tall grass, it's hard to do that also. Swing and a miss by Gowell. Wonder if I'm hoping to get Les Gowell over here to do the last game for us. I'm sure he's related to Les somehow. Legendary Shelby player and pitcher. Little chopper over to side, throws it on over, retires aside, but Shelby does push across two to take the lead. The end two with Shelby 2, West Michigan Christian 1. We want to again thank our sponsors for putting this on over here. Again, if you got an opportunity, go and check some of these sponsors out. Thank them for supporting high school baseball and local athletics also. You know, I know a lot of them do Little League, they do soccer, baseball, football. You know, without these folks, kids wouldn't be able to do some of these sports and have some of these functions. So again, we want to thank them for sponsoring this broadcast. So Nick, any idea what you want to do when you grow up other than be a professional baseball player?
I think that'd be the dream, to be a professional baseball player. But right now my studies are leading me towards, I'm studying finance at Milligan. I'd like to go into like some form of wealth management or financial advisory. It's kind of the way I'm leaning as of right now, but I'm sure, as you know, life changes every day. I remember when I first started school, when I was at Lake Michigan, I wanted to go into medical device sales.
Oh.
And that was the original route I was going to go into, and over time it slowly changed. And flexibility and adjustment, something that sports teaches you.
Ground ball right in the hole. It's going to be a tough ball. He's not going to get him, but that was hitting the hole there. He did a nice backhand, but it hit the heel of his glove by Kelly. And gets down the line really well for the batter for West Michigan Christian. So he would have to make a really great play, but leadoff batter's on. Well, there's a lot of wealth out there, so hopefully, you know, Nick, you do a nice job. You speak well. Hopefully you have a nice suit over there.
Yeah, I got a couple. I like to dress up a little bit, present yourself pretty well. You never want to be underdressed in a room full of individuals that can help you out, per se. But yeah, it's tough trying to find a suit that fits nowadays. They always talk about the big and tall, but they don't quite have those short stores.
So leadoff batter is on for West Michigan Christian. We got nobody out. Again, the winner of this game will play Montague for the finals. Squares the butt. Ball's high. So 2-0. Velasco. Throw on over.
Sometimes you'll see a common occurrence, especially with young arms, with teams that will square up and show bunt, finding the zone to actually throw to the bunt. I think some guys just see that and it's just weird when they're looking back at the play and they just can't figure it out, or if they're thinking too much when they're throwing the ball. See that a lot in high school baseball.
He's given up a couple of walks so far. He has struck out 4. A little bit high on that one. Runs the count to 3-1. Throw on over.
So When you were in high school and in college, because you talked about how bunting was a huge aspect of the game and it's not so much now, how was the practice for just bunting in general? Was that just something you do for a...
No, we actually practiced bunting. I remember practicing bunting when I was like in Pony League. There would be actually bunting practices in Pony League, believe it or not. But there was a lot more practice back then. But I remember actually practicing as a young kid and showing us how to bunt, and even like different angles of the mat. And then even in high school, we practiced it.
Yeah.
And in college, there was also practice of bunting, bunting situations, swing and a miss. And so he steals second base on that. There is one out. So it was just, that's why I find it very interesting, that you just don't see it as much. And I just wonder, pops that one up, it's going to be swallowed up by Velasco, and that'll be 2 outs. So I just find it interesting that you don't see it that often. And I wonder if it's just a change in philosophy of, like you were talking about, of slugging percentage, and people, if there's an opportunity to get, doubles and triples, or maybe it's just because kids don't focus on it at the younger age. Steal, you throw one over, but it's going to be off the line, so he takes third base for Sipe. So we got 2 outs, a runner on third.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I can remember before my dad had taken over at head coach of Montague, I still had Coach Bushberger, Kevin Bushberger, and he used to have this rule where we couldn't swing in the cage until we could effectively prove that we could be efficient bunters, which I always thought was, when I was coming up, I didn't bunt all the time in Little League and middle school. It was kind of nerve-wracking. If I wanted to take my swings in the cage, I had to show to him that I could bunt the ball at a fair clip, which I always thought was dumb as a player, but now growing up, you realize how much that stuff helps you out. It only improves your game, makes you a more well-rounded player.
So Velasco throws a wild pitch. It'll score the runner, Sipe from third. And we got a tie ball game again. Talking about Coach Bushberger. I believe one, so as you know, I umpired for about 5 years high school. A little bit high on that one. He was probably one of the best coaches I ever had. He had a way of letting you know. He had a way of telling you, there's a nice line shot for a base hit. He's going to probably make the play at first. Ooh, it gets past the first baseman. So it was a line shot to right field for a base hit, but the right fielder, Lee, tried to throw it on over to Sipe to get the runner, which was Reed, but it kind of got past him. But Coach Bushberger he had a really nice way about him as an umpire to kind of let you know he had some questions or had some thoughts about a particular part of the zone without irritating you as an umpire.
Right, and that's something at Milligan we talk about too, is you never want to show an umpire up. As a pitcher, you don't get a call. It's not the best behavior ball, but
A little grounder over to second.
just a force at second.
Just flips it over as you work on it in the gym when you're in high school, over to the shortstop, crossing, and we retire the side. So, but yeah, I think you're exactly right. I hate to say it. I wish Mr. Shoopy was here, but umpires do have egos.
Yeah.
You see it if you got social media. You see it on social media all the time, throwing people out MLBs.
Yeah.
But there is a way that you can kind of tell stuff without, getting your thing across. And he was just the best way of telling me that type of stuff. And I thought, you know what? He was just the nicest guy, and he put his point across. But I have to admit, the last couple of years, I haven't enjoyed umpiring as much as I did the first couple of years. I enjoy this aspect of baseball a lot more. Talking about the game, talking about stories, having people like you on, reliving, playing it as a player. Just sharing a little bit for people to listen to, so it's a lot of fun. And just gonna ask you a little bit about, kind of go back to your season. You know, who was the toughest pitcher you think you faced?
I couldn't. There's a kid from Reinhardt that I was telling you. Who threw pretty hard. He was like 95, 98. But he struggled with the command of his off speed. So even at that clip of that velocity, if you're only sending the fastball as a hitter, it makes life a lot easier. When we played Georgia Gwinnett, they had some guys that could throw hard as well. I was watching one of our games back, and one of my at-bats was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and then he followed it with an 86-mile-an-hour slider, and I thought to myself, I can't throw a fastball over 86, which I thought was pretty cool. And but you get adjusted to it. You see it for long enough they're just consistent enough. Not that it's not challenging. Hitting in general is challenging, no matter who you're facing. You still got 7 guys behind the pitcher.
Furman is up for Shelby. Fouls one way off to the left field. He cranked it, just a long strike, but kind of came towards us. I thought you were going to get up and snag that, kind of like you were at the Tigers game with your glove.
Yeah.
Take that one home. I think someone from Oceana High took that one home. The now closed Oceana.
Yeah. Yep.
Did you ever play at the field down there?
I never played there personally, like in a competitive game. But me and Cole, if we were too lazy to make the drive to the high school field, we would just go over there and mess around. It was always cool because I never hit home runs in high school. But the fences were always shorter there, so when I was like a sophomore, I'd try to go there and hit home runs just to see the ball fly over the fence. But they keep it in okay shape.
So he strikes on out, popped on up. The thing is going to be out of play. Oh, it's the nose there. So rumor has it they are petitioning it to call it the Nick Moss Field over there in Oceana. Because you're probably one of the most famous people that live out that way. The Oceana Moss Field.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have him name it that. No, I'd give it to somebody else. Maybe my dad. He can take it over. He's won a fair clip of games in his coaching years.
Yeah, but he's not an original though. He's more of a transplant. You're an original.
That's true. I guess you could say that.
There you go. He pops fly ball. Left fielder's got a beat on it. Squeezes it. So Day has not gotten on the base pass for Shelby. Squeeze. Nice. Fajardo did a nice job coming in on that one. He's made some nice plays so far. So 2 up, 2 down for Shelby. Reed's liking what he's seeing. Brings up Blasco, the pitcher. Fouls that one up. It's going to be out.
It's good work by the catcher right there. Sometimes they don't see that. Something we work with Fletcher Thoman at Montague is getting over to that fence to let your third baseman know what he's got for room. Sometimes you'll see young guys just kind of realize they're out of the play and just stay at the plate. Try to help the third baseman out a little bit from smoking the fence, which is never fun.
Young lady from Whiskey Creek took that one home. Off speed for a strike, quickly out 0-2 on Blasco. A little bit inside. So did you ever know why they call the plate?
No, I did not know the reason why.
Well, so in the early part, actually before 1900, like the 1860s, actually it used to be the same size as the regular bag. Fly ball hitting over the center fielder, grabs it, and that'll retire the side. So it was the same size as the bag, but it was tipped, it was turned. And then they realized that didn't really work.
Yeah.
So they actually took that out, and then they had different. They actually had a dinner plate at one time, but there's different things. They had it made of metal one time. They had it made of wood. And then in the 1900s, they changed the different manufacturings of it to what we have today. But at the one time, they actually used a dinner plate, and that's when they came to the idea of calling it the plate.
Me and Cole Moss, we grew up playing our fair share of wiffle ball games, and I can't say that we ever used an actual dinner plate. I think Ann Moss might have been a little upset with that, but we had our fair share of lopsided plates. We'd sometimes just take sticks and just use the length of them. Get a lot of argued calls that way, but yeah, that's interesting. I never knew that.
So I'm glad you bring up the wiffle ball aspect, because growing up, I grew up in Belleville, Michigan, down by Detroit.
Yep.
And that is where I learned, and I had 3 older brothers, that's where I learned how to hit a curveball. You know, because we had, as you know, with a wiffle ball, you could throw lots of curveballs, and we used to take lamps and put them up in our trees with aluminum foil and have night games.
Yeah.
You know, and you just wonder, kids do that nowadays, just the amount of wiffle ball stuff, because, you know, there wasn't any social media, there was no iPhone.
Yeah.
We had 3 channels, you know, but we used to play over and over, and my brother John, who many of you know because he was quite the star in Whitehall, but he would throw the same pitch over and over, you know, the same curveball over and over, and you couldn't hit it because, you know, a lot of times it wasn't strike, so finally you would swing at it, because after the 20th pitch and only like 2 strikes, you know, you just got tired of it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you had the ghost runner.
Yep.
But that's kind of where I learned to kind of stand in there and hit a curveball, because, you know, as a kid, a lot of kids, a ground ball over, nice job by Kelly, throws it on over, it was in the hole, and retires grill. But anyway, so that's kind of where I learned how to hit a curveball. Now, obviously, you can't judge the spin, because you can't see any speed on that. You can't tell if it's a slider, curveball, or, you know, change up or whatever. But
Yeah, that's where I'd credit when it comes to wiffle ball. So I have a pretty distinguishable 2-strike approach where I just widen my stance and I don't lift my foot up at all for my load. I just kind of lean back and let my hands work a little bit, because I noticed I could be a little bit more successful if I didn't try to hammer the wiffle ball and just play for base hits, and I could barrel up the ball more times than not if I just let my hands go to work and try to keep it a lot more simplified.
it's a fly ball. Looks like Kelly's got a beat on it. Shortstop squeezes it for the second out.
And that's where I first started doing it, was wiffle ball, and I didn't really start to use it in game until my junior year of high school, and I mean, it's still with me now.
Yeah, so I think that's where a lot of those things you can learn as you go. Hitting, just watching, you know, we laugh about it, but it's a great example, you know, and, you know, those things that you take from your youth to the next level, you know, and I think people sometimes get freaked out. You know, we talk about, you know, first strike approach or no strike approach, getting your pitch. You know, you gotta love that first pitch. You see kids a lot of times swinging at first pitch, breaking pitches. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, it's like, and or something down, or a fastball down and away, or something inside. Now, if it's weak inside, I get it. If you can turn on it, but it's like, and he strikes him out. But so it's like very interesting. That's where coaching can really kind of come in.
Yeah, having an approach as a hitter is probably something that's not talked about enough, but ultimately one of the hardest things to learn and then also incorporate. Truly what I think pushed me from my junior to senior season of high school and now where I'm at in college is learning what that approach is for me. The pitches that I can do the most with are typically fastballs, middle to inside part of the plate. and then that's going to be something I'm looking for early in the count. You learn the pitcher's tendencies, and that kind of changes your approach. Once again, like talking about that flexibility and being able to adjust, it's a huge part of baseball, and I feel where my swing is now, I'm very able to adjust throughout the game to allow things to change and ultimately figure out a way to get on, because that's what's the most important thing. Something I love telling all the guys at Montague is they'll get butthurt or a little upset if they have like a weak contact to the third baseman or shortstop. Well, what happens when the shortstop bobbles it or the third baseman throws it away? You're on base. On base percentage, I know is something that's looked upon as a premium stat now for baseball for certain guys in the way that they play. And I'm a true believer that a high on base percentage can correlate a lot of things as a hitter. Not only that IQ aspect of being in the box, but also that bat to ball ratio.
Yeah, and I think, you were talking about something that brought my mind. It's like, and how you figure out what the pitcher does is you watch him. You're not just sitting there chewing seeds and, talking to your buddies all the time, but you're watching the pitcher early in the game and what his tendencies are, what he's doing 1 and 2, 0 and 2. Foul on, or hitting up high, it is foul. It'd be a play by third baseman. He swallows that up. That is sight. So 1 up and 1 down for West Michigan Christian. So this is quite the battle for this game. But yeah, you got to pay attention. You got to see what people are doing. And if he happens to be tipping his pitches, that's the next level.
Yeah.
Where he's putting his glove, what he's kind of doing. There's some different things that you can see. You don't necessarily see at the higher levels if they're gripping the ball. I mean, they're usually a lot better. You can,
Yeah. Aaron Rodriguez actually provided me the most, not in person, that had been pretty cool, but over a video I watched, he talked about how Pedro Martinez, he could read what he was throwing by his wrist grip in the baseball. On which pitch it is he would grow up watching baseball, and then obviously when he was playing, he said the best way he could distinguish a fastball from a changeup was not what he saw in the box, but rather what he saw pre-pitch, which I thought was pretty cool. And it doesn't, maybe I'm not as good as him at distinguishing it, but sometimes I'll try to look for it myself, and when you do find it, it's kind of cool.
Simon has a base hit to right field, fly ball that Wick kind of killed, dropped in front of Leahy. So Shelby has a runner out with 1 out. But those things distinguish you in the high school game. That's a line shot. That'll be another base hit for Shelby. Almost gets by the center fielder. Weidel. Shelby's strung a couple of base hits together with 1 out. That was Smith with the line shot. Brings up Weiss, playing left field today. Coach Wright's going to be retiring after this year. He's coaching the Clippers. Are you playing anywhere this summer? Are you taking it off? What are you doing?
I might pick up a couple of games just to play to stay in condition, but body's a little beat up after this season, and lost a lot of weight playing there too in the heat in that many games. So this is kind of like the time of the year where I really try and focus on getting back stronger, putting on my weight again, and then fine-tuning it for the final season, which I'm very excited for.
I totally get it. Christian, my son, he didn't do a whole lot during the summer because when you are a college baseball player, you are a full-time player 9 months of the year.
Yeah.
And he, like you, loved baseball. It's a little grounder over, knocked down by the shortstop. He's got nowhere to go, and a run will score for Shelby. They get to the shortstop, knocked it down, but he didn't play it cleanly, so a run scores. But he was just, plus being a pitcher, there's only so much with your arm you want to do.
Right.
And he didn't want to get burnt out of loving the game. So plus he liked to fish.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
And I know you like to fish and you
Yep.
like to do stuff like that. So, and one nice thing though, he did get to do a little bit, because I played the over 40 league, and there was one game where we had an open division where we played some of the college guys, and he got to pitch with us against some guys from Grand Valley down I think it was at can't remember if it was at Davenport or one of those other fields, and we got to play on the same field together where I was in the outfield and he got to pitch. So that was a lot of fun. That was one of those memory things.
I hope you made some plays for him.
I did. The first was the one that's going to drop in again for Shelby. Another run will score. Actually, the first pitch of that game, he was hit right out to me in right field. So that was very memorable.
Yeah.
And actually, I had one of my best games. And he actually got the bat and actually hit really well. And he actually played out in left field and made this great over-the-shoulder catch. So all the games they're starting to hit the ball now for Shelby. One down the line. It'll score another run. Runners at the corners. Yeah, he actually made an over-the-shoulder catch in left field. Someone hit a shot. So it was a very memorable. So, as you know, his pitchers, they had to go out there and shag all the
yeah.
ball, and he hated it.
Yeah.
All the hours, so, and he got the bat some, so.
Yeah, I remember when we would take BP, you're thankful that they're out there because it makes it a little bit easier on the body so you're not running into so many baseballs. But especially when I was just trying to learn the ropes, I'd have these pitchers in like left center trying to like call me off of baseballs, and I was like screaming at them, yelling ball, 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 and then I'm like kind of turning, I'm like, guys, I got to figure this out. So yeah, sometimes you run into them like that, but then ultimately at the end of the day, you think how much faster BP is because they are out there, even if they don't want to be.
But no, back to the real thing. I mean, that's great for guys who want to get that summer work in. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, the Clippers have all these guys that are coming in, and it's fun for us to go watch. But also, I respect the people that just need that break because it is a grind. It is not like playing high school. It's a full time. It's not for everybody.
Right.
I know a lot of high school players that have the skill that could play at the next level. And there's lots of guys I've seen, but there's also the people that don't, because you have to be able to juggle all your schooling. Sometimes there's fundraising.
Yeah.
Christian had to do a lot of fundraising. That's one thing he wasn't aware of. He lays down a bunt, great bunt. He'll take the out, but it will score the run. Almost came off the bag there at first. I'm not sure if you saw that, Nick.
Yeah, it looks like Coach Wright's going to ask for an opinion from Shoopy here potentially.
He wants to get the check. I think he almost ran off the bag a little bit.
Yeah.
There. I'm not going to say anything because we're all a brotherhood. Us I'm not going to give my opinion on it. He's going to shoot if he came off the bag. He's going to call.
Once again, like you just saw right there by Shelby, being able to execute a squeeze play like that. That was something that we just kind of worked, throughout the season, but something we hammered into our guys yesterday at practice at Montague was just the ways that you need to defend it if it's executed well, and you got to take ultimately what's given. If they run a squeeze play and it's the winning run, you try to make your best play possible, and if you don't get it, so what?
Brings up Day Garcia against that bunt part. He throws a straight. As I say, I've seen probably the most bunting I've seen in a while. Actually, it's in this game, but sometimes you've got to do that to win. And that's a shot. There you go. Day finally brings it in. We're going to try to score him.
It's a good throw.
It's going to be up. It's going to be actually off the line there. Chase Gowell is a first baseman, so in your mind, visualize what a first baseman looks like. And you can see him motoring across. I think he could be a nose tackle for Shelby. He is a guy that is a bigger fella. Kind of reminds you a little bit of Hay Bale a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, Hayden was a big dude. Not a guy, because, for football practice, they'd always bring the JV guys over. My least favorite call when they would go live, we'd run a halfback screen to Dylan Everett, and I would have Luke Booth, Walker Martin, and Hayden McDonald running at me as a corner, which one of those guys was going to hit you. It's just how far they were going to hit me was the real question.
So I was thinking back of that game. I know we don't have a lot of Montague fans probably listening to that, but I was thinking of that game when you guys did lose the Catholic Central in that regional game. You guys did have quite a thing. It's a fly ball over the center fielder. Should make the play, should retire the inning, and it does. But you had Trey Michelson closing for you guys.
That was
the year before.
Yeah, Trey was the year before that.
Oh, okay.
But Trey was also a great arm too.
Yeah, I remember that. You guys had a really good group of.
It was just ultimately a good, very athletic bunch. Between me, Cade, Colin Blankstrom, Aiden Bushberger, all went on to play, and Chase Gowell. Sorry, Chase.
Yeah.
Chase was with us too. So there was 5 guys that went on to play college baseball. Hayden McDonald, who had an amazing year at Taylor football. Tate Stein, who was a great athlete as well. Tug Nichols, a good athlete. Just all around, 1 through 9 was a very, very stout baseball team, and that game brings back pretty poor memories. I had a bad error at second base that allowed 2 runs to score. Just kind of beat ourselves out of that because we were a much better team than you showed, but that's also baseball.
Well, that's life, though.
Yeah.
That's what baseball teaches in life. It's a game of failure.
Right.
What I used to tell when I coached and when I talked to my son about it is you could be successful 1 out of 4 times at the plate and be a multi-millionaire in the major leagues.
Yeah.
You don't have to be successful. And, the other things too is when you're, and I'm sure this is the approach you talk to your fellas down there, is that you just don't look at stats as a batting average. Look at things that you can control, like trying to make solid contact.
Right.
Once a game. If you do that, you're going to be successful. Or other things like moving a runner ahead, 8-9 pitch at bats.
Yeah.
Getting a walk, hit by pitch, other things that can make your team. If you help your team be successful, you will ultimately be successful. And that's the way you got to work on it. So those are things that, because then you're less focusing, because also if you're looking at averages, before you know it, 0 for 4, 0 for 8, then you're focusing on those things, and then you got to have that short memory.
Yeah.
I also tell people is that you look at the major league as a pitcher. The dude who gives up a home run, he just wants the ball back. You don't see him crying or pouting, or or even the guys who make errors. You have to have a short memory.
Yeah, it's gonna something we talk about in Milligan all the time is the game is gonna find you again at some point. At some point in the game, let it be a big at bat or as a pitcher. Maybe it's in a series of games. You might have to come back in out of the bullpen. So it's just being able to stay very calm and collected, and not ride the emotional roller coasters, which is tough as a young kid. I know in high school I was the same way as a lot of these guys. I could get easily frustrated, and then I'd also maybe think I was higher than what I was at some points. But as you grow and you mature and you accept the game for not only what it teaches you, you become very grateful just to even play it. And that's kind of where I'm at now is, after a bad game, I just, they had my number. So what? I'll just give it all I can tomorrow, and you just move on.
So Sipe strikes out. Actually, a couple strikes now, but Blasco is starting to find his groove a little bit. 2 down. Yeah, the other thing too is, and it's hard to do. It's easy to say, hard to do. Is you never want to get too high, never want to get too low.
Right.
You want to be humble with this game. You want to be a good steward of this game. What I mean is, you know, same thing as a coach. You don't want to be stealing when you're up 10 runs.
Yeah.
I still see it. It's hard to watch for us who are stewards of the ball game. You don't want to talk smack, too much smack. I mean, you want to be excited, but you just want to be a good sportsman with this. And he strikes him out. Struck out the side here. So it brings us to bottom of 5. Let's thank our sponsors here, because we again appreciate them. Shelby State Bank, proud sponsor of this playoff baseball. 95 years they've been serving the community. Gaby, Peterson, 5-star real estate. If you got to sell or you want to buy, talk to Gaby Peterson, located up in Hart. Again, Shelby State in Holt, North Muskegon. Joanne's still the manager. Go with Mario. Lending. You need money, go with Mario. He's got a pocket full of cash. Cadena Brothers Pizzeria, located in Fruitport, Heights Urbana Road. KLLB Media, along with R&R Sports Broadcasting, are bringing you this broadcast. The Sports Academy, located at the old Chuck E. Cheese's. I didn't notice any pizza down there, but just sports broadcasting. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, Dr. Swollen. Take care of all your sports and injuries and bunions, ankle. And also the main Shelby State Bank here. They're also sponsoring this. They got 95 years of this playoff baseball. They'll take care of you. And Bulldog Dumpsters. I've seen a few of them around. They'll take care of you here. Shelby, Hart, North Muskegon, Montague. They'll put your garbage in there and take it away for you. And don't forget the Montague branch of Shelby State Bank. They also will take care of your lending needs. So again, this has been a good ball game, but Shelby kind of broke it through here. This last thing, they put 5 across. That's kind of the way baseball is. It's infectious, you know. Those big,
Yeah.
It can be going. If you kind of lived it here with the Milligan there, you guys had a great season. I think a record season with the amount of wins.
Correct, 41.
That's a lot of wins.
Yeah, it was. I joked with my dad. I won, not personally as a team, but we won more games in my 1 year at Milligan than I did at my 2 years combined at Lake Michigan College. You know, like same thing. Like we just talked about that roller coaster. You know, with losing games, it's easy for a team to just kind of get down and, you know, get complacent. But as a player, I was motivated by that losing. I wanted to go when I was transferring out. I knew I wanted to go and play somewhere that won a lot of games. I knew Milligan was a program that could do so. And then now we're having that same talk there where you win 41 plus games a year potentially, and you can't get complacent, you can't get used to the winning. You guys still go out and play your brand of baseball.
I know when you committed, Christian, again, my son who played NAIA baseball, you know, he follows a lot of those teams. And he's like, oh, I see. He said, Nick, committed to a really good team. He knew about Milligan. You know, because there's nothing like having fun. Winning is fun baseball.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, you know, playing baseball is fun because your buddies are fun. But winning and with your buddies is even more fun. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's. I mean, any sport, obviously, you want to go out and compete and win, but ultimately, I've fallen into the crime of going through the motions at baseball practice. They're not always the the best times in the world, you know. And so then you go out and you go through these long, grueling practices. Maybe it's not the best weather. Do the same thing sometimes. And then you lose, and it's just kind of beats you up a little bit. And when you get rewarded for all of that practice, it makes you feel a little bit better.
There he goes. Throw on down to second base, and he is there. Ball on the ground. So a steal for Waller. Simon's up to bat. Again, Ron Small with Nick Moss. Here are the second out of the trifecta games. The winner of this game will play Montague for the district championship here. That game will start about 30 minutes after. Maybe a little bit after 2 o'clock. A little bit high on that one. Tim got the plate. I didn't know where Tim was going to get the plate or if he was going to be the thing over there. And that'll be in the hole. It's the heel. So it'll be runners on first and second. The runner gets to first base.
Did Shoopy say how long he coached at Reese Buffer for?
No, I don't know. Many years. Tim, that's where I got to really know him really well as a teammate. Him and Bob Trevino were like our number one. And
Yeah.
1A and 1B.
Yeah.
Those guys threw really hard.
Yeah, I heard that.
Right to the third baseman. Probably didn't need to throw that ball, but
I'd always heard stories that Bob Trevino was a great pitcher. There was a lot of guys from what my dad had told me and who I'd known around the area that could throw the ball pretty well, but it seemed like his name would come up pretty frequently.
So Bob was telling Tim this. There was 3 pitchers that gave me butterflies as a batter in my career. 2 of them were drafted. One of them, and then there was Bob Trevino. Now Bob, I only faced him in high school, but Bob threw upper 80s. And he knew how to work the inside part of the plate. And so when you're throwing upper 80s and could work the inside part of the plate, and his fastball always tailed out as a left-hander. And when you're throwing that hard, there's one bit right over to the second baseman, line shot, grabs it for the second out, looked over to the second base and the first base, see if he could double someone up, and he couldn't, so that gives us 2 outs. So Reed is happy with that, but so with Bob, I always knew, as you know, as a batter, when someone's throwing that hard or anything on the outside part of the plate, you can't pull it because it's an easy out.
Yep.
So I always told myself with Bob is right field, right field, right field. I just kept telling myself, and I was relatively successful against Bob. But I just remember, you didn't see that much heat that often. The other 2 guys was a guy named, Roller Grounder gets past him, potentially, nope, he's going to hold on up. So there's a shot hit to the third baseman. It was a little hot to handle, gets past into the left fielder, so it'll load up the bases. The other guy was Bob Cavanaugh from Oak Ridge. I'm not sure if you heard that name.
I've heard of the last name. I don't know of him
He
personally.
was a couple years older than me. I faced him as a sophomore. He was drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays and played at Central Michigan, drafted the 25th round. Then he played a year in the minors. Swing and a miss, my gal. And so I was like batting 7th or 8th, so he didn't throw me any junk, but he was through in the upper 80s, and as a sophomore being brought up, it gave you a little bit of, and it hits him, so that'll score a run. And then the third person was a guy named Jeff Hoffman. He was at Fremont.
Okay.
And I don't know if you ever heard that name before. He was a junior when I was a senior. And I went and saw him, and I remember facing him, and that's a shot
Down the line.
hit down the line. That'll score at least 2 runs for a single. So Shelby's starting to put it on.
All with 2 outs as well. And their 2 outs were line drives. Looks like they're starting to warm up the bats a little bit, as you've probably heard the saying that hitting is contagious.
So this guy, I remember riding home, he struck me out twice. And he had heat, and he had the slider I'd never seen before. I just remember on the bus ride home thinking, what had I ever seen? I'd never been embarrassed as
Yeah.
a hitter because I was quite successful
Yeah.
in high school. Come to find out, this guy went to Ferris, pitched at Ferris, then transferred to Vanderbilt.
Wow.
Then the Yankees drafted in the 14th round, pitched all the way up AAA. There's another shot by Day Day right off the second baseman. That'll get in. They're going to try to play the run at home, and ball drops on the ground, so it does score. I think it runs us up to it could be the other run over here.
Yep. Yeah, I would say if I had to give my three toughest arms in high school, 2 of them off the bat, Charlie Branch from North Muskegon. He was always really good. Granted, he was a little bit older than me when he would throw, but I remember I never got hit off Charlie. He did hit me in the back at Marshfield one time, and that was the only time I ever got on base.
Of course, Charlie, for those who don't know, Charlie threw in the 90s, high 80s, 90s. That's a fly ball. Should be, that's going to drop in, so another run will score here.
That's it, correct? 10 runs.
I think, yep, that'll be it. Got to go here. So that'll be the ball game here. Shelby puts a 10-run mercy rule on those. And that'll be Shelby versus Montague in the finals. I'll have some stats here. Any last bit of thoughts you want to have on this game, Nick, before you got to start getting the team ready?
On the one that currently played in front of us,
Yeah.
I would say that Shelby just made a point in the 4th and the 5th that they belong in the district championship, even though they swung it very well. The bats came alive a little bit, and my Montague Wildcats are still got to play a good game. It's not going to be easy, but I'm excited. It's cool that it's finally not Montague North Muskegon in the final like it's been, my 3 years of high school. It should be a good game, and Shelby swung it well, and two completely different turnouts. You went from a 2-0 game to a 12-2, so the final should be interesting. I just hope that it's good, clean baseball like everyone likes to watch. So.
Well, that's my take also. It was a tight ball game for a while, and then things kind of exploded a little bit, but we appreciate you coming in and doing play-by-play and giving us some take on it. We love to have current baseball, college, collegiate baseball players come and share a little bit and some history on it. And we look forward to kind of watching, going over there, coaching up the guys and here in the championship game. Again, it'll be Shelby versus Montague. Here in probably about 20 minutes or so. And we wish you all the best of luck next year, a healthy season, and we'll be watching you. We'll hope you nothing but the best.
I appreciate it. Thanks for
Thank
having
you
me,
very
Ron.
much. Take care. All right, that's it. Let's go over some of the stats here for the game. For West Michigan Christian, at the plate, Sipe actually was 2 for 3, the first baseman. That was Jack Sipe. He actually had 2 hits, 2 for 3. Also, Carson Reed also had a couple hits. He was actually 2 for 2. But for the Shelby Tigers, who were victorious. Day Garcia actually is 2 for 4 with a couple RBIs. Chase Simon was 2 for 3. Also, Cam Smith was 2 for 3 with an RBI. Kelly, Gowell, and Furman also had a hit apiece. Shelby had 10 hits on the game. And Blasco was the winning pitcher. Had 4 hits, had 2 earned runs with 8 strikeouts. Again, we'll be back for the championship game in about a half hour. So looking at about probably 5-2 for first pitch. We'll be right back.
Testing. Check. Welcome back here to Shelby. The championship game will be beginning shortly. Montague versus Shelby. 2 o'clock, we're waiting for the umpires to show on up. We have starting lineups. First, for Montague, we have Cooper Bradley playing left field. Batting second, Fletcher Tolman will be catching. Batting third, Cole Moss will be playing center field. Batting fourth, we have Dylan Bailey playing right field. Batting fifth, we got Chase Kurtz will be DHing for Eli Pendle. He'll be playing first base. Batting sixth, we got Eli Peterson. He'll be playing third base. Batting seventh, we've got Cole Harrimans will be pitching. Batting eighth, we got Carter Johnson at shortstop. And batting ninth, we have Levi Auger, who is the second baseman. For the Shelby Tigers, we have Day Garcia, who'll be pitching, leading off. We got Leighton Velasco batting second, playing second base. Batting third, we got Cam Smith catching. Batting fourth, we have Chase Simon. He's playing third base. Batting sixth, we have Eli Kelly playing shortstop. Batting seventh, we have Eli Waller. He's playing center field. Batting seventh, we have Trevor Weiss playing left field. Batting eighth, we have Neil Gowell, first baseman. Batting ninth, we have Jaden Furman. Batting right is playing right field. Montague got to the championship game with the 2-0 win over North Muskegon. First game. Shelby got to the championship game, defeating West Michigan Christian 12-2 here in the second game. So here we are, going to be having the championship game starting relatively soon, just waiting for the umpires. And I see that they're slowly coming on over. Tim Schuppe is going to be doing bases. He's having a little snack as he's coming on over.
I gotta take my water bottle though.
Yeah. We're live on air, so any last moment, anything you want to say to the people listening in, Tim? Hopefully you call a good game out there.
Well, it's kind of 50-50 sometimes.
50-50 sometimes. Well, your blood sugar should be good, Tim, so you'll do okay. So let's hope for a good game. So the game should be starting momentarily. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for doing this broadcast. KLL Media sponsor this broadcast. Sports Academy, Garrett Moyer and Guzzy down there sponsoring this broadcast to all your baseball training. Shoreline Foot and Ankle for all your foot and ankle needs. Sports medicine all the way to bunion surgery, foot care. Don't forget Shelby State Bank, who's sponsoring this playoff baseball. 95 years in serving the community, all the way from Ludington to Fruitport. The Bulldog Dumpsters. They service anywhere from Hart down to Muskegon County. Then we have the Montague branch of Shelby State Bank, serving all your needs, customers. Carissa down that way. Gaby, Peterson, Realtors, Hart, Shelby, New Era, Rothbury. Then the North Muskegon branch is also sponsoring this broadcast. We want to thank them. Go with Mario. Cadena Pizza. Some well-played baseball so far. Lots of fun. I want to thank Tim Schuppe for doing the color commentary for the first game. Tim was played against them, and then he was a teammate of mine at Muskegon Community College, and also an umpire partner of mine throughout the last 5 years. So a friend of mine gave us some great insight on pitching and playing. And last game, Nick Moss, Montague alumni, Lake Michigan Community College, and also now Milligan University down in Tennessee. They had a great season, batted in the 340s, I believe. Starting a left fielder. Looking to take the summer off, recharge, and come back for a great senior season. Okay, some great insight. High school baseball, growing up in the area. Looks like the umpires are here having the plate discussion with Coach Moss and Coach Wright. Looks like we may have the national anthem here, which is great. Both Montague and Shelby are lining up on the foul lines. We are going to have a national anthem. The wind is blowing in, so we'll take this moment to honor our country. Looks like they're doing some other festivities here. Some pre-district festivities. Again, Ron Smolin here doing the play-by-play broadcast. Championship Montague versus Shelby. Expect a good game. Both teams have the conference championships. Montague co-champions of the Lakes division with Ludington, 26-5 on the season. Shelby shared the conference championship with Ravenna and North Muskegon. Also a very good season. Coach Wright's last season with Shelby, and then he'll be coaching the Clippers here in Muskegon, college team. And now as we do the national anthem. That's our national anthem. Getting ready for the first pitch here. First pitch is brought to you by Shelby State Bank. Over 95 years of serving the community, this playoff broadcast is brought to them. Serving from Ludington to Fruitport, serving your community.
Go, Shelby!
Montague is the home team. They won the flip. Cole Harrimans is going to be taking the bump. Cole's had a very good season. ERA is 4.06. He's 6-3 on the season. Batting average against is .211. Very good. A 6'3", 6'4" right-hander. Shelby hosting, getting to be in the final. Got a nice crowd here. Nice crowd from Montague that's coming on in. The wind is still here, as you can hear with the microphones. Warming up here, last few warm-up pitches. Leading off for Shelby be Day Garcia, left-hander. Day was 2 for 4 last game. Runs well. I could hear the crowd. I could hear both sides, dugouts fire it up. Montague and Shelby. We're ready for that first pitch, again brought to you by Shelby State Bank, serving 95 years. Cole takes the sign, throws on over. Strike one, off speed. To the roar of the delight of the Montague dugout. 0-1. Sidewinder, it's off, so brings some roar of the crowd from the Shelby group. So 1-1. Beautiful day for baseball, really. A little windy, but sun is out. You can smell the grass. Off speed in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. May 30th, 2026. District finals. That ball's high, so runs the count 3-1. Gets by Toman. Umpire Denny gives him a ball. 3 balls, 1 strike. Day will get something good to hit here. Probably a fastball. Delivers. Fouls that one off almost towards me. And I reached out my hand. I did not get it. So runs the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. 0-0 ball game. Ron Smolin doing the play-by-play. Swings and a miss. Strikes him out on an off-speed pitch. Good start for Harrimans. So 1 down. Big out for Harrimans. He was behind in the count 3-1. We want to keep Garcia off the bases, and they do. Brings up Blasco. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Ball at his head, but ducks down 1-1. Harriman gets the sign from Tolman. Comes down, throw. There's a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The winner of this will move on to the regionals, semi-regionals, semi-finals. Fouls that off-speed pitch out, stays alive. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Gold gets it, delivers. A little bit out. It's a fastball, just barely missed. Runs the count even. Good chatter from both dugouts. You'll hear that early in a ball game, big game like this. Lets it go. Runs the count full, so Ironmen's gone full count on both first 2 batters. Ironmen gets the pitch. There's the payoff pitch. Strikes him out. Hits inside corner on a fastball. Velasco thought he was ball 4, but it's the inside corner. Strike 2, so 2 strikeouts for Harriman. Brings up Smith. He's catching today for Shelby. 2 up, 2 down for Shelby. Harriman gets the sign, delivers. First pitch ball. It's been a windy spring here. All of you listening in can agree. It's probably one of the windiest springs, and today is no different. But it's doable if the swarm pops up. That's going to be towards me, and it's going to be almost hit me, but out of play. So 1 ball, 1 strike. I'm glad it did not hit any of the electronics that I have in front of me. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Top of the first inning here, championship game. Ron Smolin doing play-by-play. Here's the pitch. And that's going to be a base hit for Smith. So first hit of the game, first runner for Shelby. It was not a cheapie, line shot. It was a good pitch, actually, by Harriman's. Low to the right. But he just poked it to the right-hand side of the field. Tip of the cap to Smith, so brings up Simons. Harriman takes a quick peek over to see what Smith's up to. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in for a strike. And the pitch. And he check swing for a strike. So quickly out 0-2, 2 down, runners on first. Let's see what see where Tolman sets up. And he fouls that one off. A little chopper towards Coach Wright. All this time, he's going to let that ball go. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of 1. Championship ball game here in Shelby, Michigan, May 30th. Coleman delivers. And he fouls that one off again. That one was what is probably a ball, but Simon didn't want to risk it. Gets the sign, comes set, comes to the plate, pops that one up out of play. So it's a good battle here going on. Gets a fresh one from the umpire. Montague in all black, Shelby in all purple with the blue colors. And he delivers the pitch. Oh, another off-speed fouls it off. Must be 5 foul balls so far. Heck of a battle. Ironmen's pitch count is 22 for the first inning. That's actually quite a bit. Throws on over, gets by, knocks it down by Pendle, but nowhere to go, nowhere to advance for Smith. Hit a 2-out single. That's why he's on first. Ironman gets the look, gets the pitch, and it delivers. Strikes him out on a pitch on the outside corner, so he strands a runner on first. Brings us to bottom of the second. Shelby 0, Montague coming to bat. Brings us to our sponsors. Bulldog Dumpsters. If you got some garbage you want to get rid of, just call Bulldog Dumpsters. They serve the whole community. Shelby State Bank in Montague, serving 95 years. Go see them. They are a great banker. Gaby Peterson, 5-star real estate here. Shelby, Hart, all in this area. Gaby will take care of you. Then we have the Shelby State Bank in North Muskegon. Joanne Sternberger, she is the manager there. Go with Mario. He will lend you some money if you need to. Cadena Pizzeria, located in Fruitport. KLLB Media, along with R&R Broadcasting, brings you this championship ball game. The games today in Shelby, Michigan, and the Sports Academy. Garrett Moyer and Guzzy down there for all your baseball needs, and Shoreline Foot and Ankle. For all your foot care needs, you want to go to the specialist for feet. That's where you want to go. Muskegon and Ludington. Don't forget the Shelby State Bank here in Shelby, the mother station. 95 years from Fruitport. So brings us to bottom of the first inning. We've got Cooper Bradley leading off all conference this year. Day on the bump. Off speed for a strike. Saw Day pitch here this Tuesday against Muskegon Catholic in a nice command. Swing and a miss on the off speed. Day has good off speed, also locates his fastball well, so quickly out in front, 0-2. Fastball, hits it off, it's going to be tough. No one's covering first base except Day. Taps the mound, so 1 up, 1 down. He took him a second. He didn't actually get over there right away, but then fleet of foot got on over there and got Bradley by a couple of steps. So 1 up, 1 down. Brings up Fletcher Tolman, catcher for Montague. Also all-state wrestler. Tolman took time, that's his first one. Stepped out of the box. Garcia gets the side, then his windup and delivers. Fastball, be a pop-up. Should be playable by the center fielder. Waller squeezes it. 1 pitch strikeout, as Chuck Bush would say. So 4 pitches, 2 outs. Brings up Cole Moss, the brother of Nick Moss. Cole, another all-conference player. Off speed for a strike. Day is locating his off-speed breaking balls very well so far this first inning. Gets the pitch. Pops up, should be playable by the third baseman. Simon squeezes it, so 6-pitch inning for Day Day. So, end of first inning, it is 0-0. Brings us to the second inning. Again, thanking our sponsors. We appreciate them for sponsoring this broadcast. Shelby State Bank. I've been a member of Shelby State Bank for 30 years now, no, 40 years. A long time. They've been doing it a long time. We appreciate them. Bulldog Dumpsters. I have seen, since they've become a sponsor, I've seen multiple Bulldog Dumpsters around, so I'll go to them. Again, this is Shelby State in Montague. They were excited to sponsor this broadcast, so I would suggest going to them. And then Gaby Peterson, 5-Star Real Estate. If you need to buy, if you need to sell, talk to Gaby. And then North Muskegon, also very excited to sponsor this broadcast. Again, their teams had a great season. Close loss the first game. It was a great game. Go with Mario Lending. Cadena Pizzeria. And KLLB Media. Brings us to the top of the second inning here. First pitch by Harriman's is a ball. Harriman's had 23 pitches that first inning. He'd like to get a quick inning, kind of like Day Day did, to go deep. There's a fastball for a strike, 1-1. Kelly is up. Eli Kelly playing short today. Been their normal shortstop all season. A little bit out. Harriman does a nice job. He'll change up his pitching slot, his arm slot, make it tough on the pitchers, on the hitters. That one's out. 2-1. But Montague is deep in pitching, so it's not an issue for Coach Moss if he hits his pitch limit. Coach Moss will be able to bring in other pitchers. Swings and misses on that off speed. Breaking ball. Kelly was thinking fastball, so he bit on the breaking ball. So 2-2. Chops that one. Foul. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Starting to heat up a little bit here, probably low 70s here in Shelby, Michigan. And he walks him. Gets by Toman, but so leadoff walk for Shelby. Brings up Waller, playing center field today. Harriman takes a peek over first at Kelly. See what his lead is. He's got a normal lead over there. Tolman throws well. Comes out with a strike, kind of like what you want. Peterson was crashing in from third. Potential bunt. Shelby does bunt. They bunt quite a bit versus West Michigan Christian with its second game here. He squares the bunt, puts it down. He's going to throw on over. Nice play by Kelly, or by Peterson. So they get the force. The bunt was hard right to Peterson. Does a nice job. Big hop, and throws out the player at second. So excellent job by Eli Peterson on that one. So brings up Weiss. Nice lead over there by Waller. A little bit low on the sidearm breaking pitch. That ball's high, gets away from Tillman. That'll be a wild pitch. So he gets on over. Waller goes to second. Takes place of the bunt a little bit. Tillman had no chance on that one. That was way high. Tillman's not the tallest fella, but that one, even a tall catcher probably does not get that one. So runner on second now for Shelby, scoring position. And that's a ball hit hard to Johnson, gobbles it up, throws it on over. Waller moves over to third, so 2 outs now. Brings up Gowell. Interesting with Gowell, he actually hit really well against MCC, Muskegon Catholic Central. So he can hit the ball. Fastball in for a strike. Hit the outside corner. Big thing is he's going to see all gas, I would assume, here. Don't want any wild pitches. And he fouls that fastball off. Oh, and 2. I assume Ironmen won't fool around. Strikes him out on a breaking pitch. Big strikeout. Strands the guy on third. So that brings us to bottom of 2. Montague 0, Shelby 0. So it's very fitting here. We've got some conference champions going at it, Division III, District 73 playoffs. Montague would like to continue their season, so would Shelby. But only one team gets to do that. I was talking to Nick Moss. This Milligan team had a very good season, but came up short down in Florida. Just like in sports, ultimately there's only one team that comes away a champion. Nice crowd here from both sides. If you've ever been to district finals baseball, you get a nice group of people. Usually the weather's nice. No rain. Not a couple of clouds here, but not much. Not much. Very nice. So it brings up Dylan Bailey, right fielder. Day Garcia on the bump. Throws a pitch. There's a little poke right. One pitch over to the shortstop. Kelly squeezes it. So another breaking pitch. He's been leading off a lot of breaking pitches. So one pitch, one out. Brings up Kurtzel. Pitch for a strike. Here, pitch by Day. Another chopper over. Gobbled up by Kelly. Throws on over. Another very efficient inning so far for Day. He has thrown 9 pitches so far with 5 outs. Brings up Eli Peterson. He was the winner of the first game pitching. Swing. Ooh, that actually is ball in the dirt. Ball 1. Gets the sign or delivers the pitch. A little bit high. 2-0 count. Fastball in for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here in Shelby. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Day gets the sign, comes and delivers the pitch. Fastball. That's going to be the base hit. So the first hit of the game for Montague. Lined up the middle, so a 2-out single for Peterson. Brings up Cole Harriman's the pitcher. Breaking ball in for a strike. Peterson will take a base or 2, but I doubt he'll be taken off. We'll see here. Down low. 1-1. Nice stop by the catcher, Smith. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of second inning, scoreless ball game. Breaking ball in for another strike. Harriman didn't like that one so much. He looked over at Coach Moss, but Coach Moss has a lot of pull, but not that much pull to reverse the call. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Day gets the sign, sets, delivers. And that's another shot, base hit. Peterson will take third on the, throws it on over. Harriman's takes second on the throw. So a couple of singles here has Montague in business. Runners on third and second. 2 outs. Brings up Carter Johnson, shortstop. Caleb Rice will come in and run for Harriman's. You can have a courtesy runner in high school for the catcher and the pitcher. Day gets the sign, delivers. A little bit high on that fastball. Garcia gets the sign, he delivers. Swing and a miss. Got a little zip on that one. Johnson got a good cut on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike, runners on second and third, 2 outs. Swing and a miss on that one. Got the crowd from Shelby rooting on Day. Gets the sign. I assume we'll probably see an off-speed pitch here. And we don't. It's a little pop-up. That's probably going to drop. It's going to throw on over, so Montague puts across the first. Nope, there you go. And they got him. Nice throw on over to second. So they do score a run here. Carter Johnson tried to take second on the throw home. The catcher, Smith, threw a shot on over and got the runner at second, Johnson. So they do put across 1. Montague takes the lead on the single by Johnson. We go to top of 3. So you ever wonder why, with a strikeout, no one on base, they'll throw the ball around, but they never throw it to the first baseman. And then it goes back to the 30s with Lou Gehrig. Remember, that was a great first baseman for the Yankees, and Lou Gehrig's disease. Many have heard of it. It's a debilitating neurological wasting disease. And Lou Gehrig was starting to develop that, and he was so weak he couldn't throw the ball very well. But he was still playing baseball. So the Yankees infielders knew that, so they just stopped throwing the ball to him, so he didn't have to. But all the rest of the leagues actually, instead of calling it out or making note of it, they just started adapting that also. And that is why, as a rule or as a custom, we don't throw it to the first baseman. All right, top of 3. Montague up 1-0. Harriman's on the bump still. Brings up Velasco. Swing and a miss. Oh, excuse me, Furman's up. Swing and a miss. Ball 1, strike 1. Off speed in for a strike, so 1-2. He's the 9th batter. Then we've got Garcia, and Velasco will follow him. Harriman gets the sign, delivers. Swing and a miss, strikes him out on a fastball. So brings up Garcia. That's 5 strikeouts for Harriman's. That ball high and out. Tim Schuppe is on the bases today. He made that out call at second base. Harriman gets and delivers. It's a little bit low, drops down, so 2-0. Off speed, a little bit out, so 3-0 runs the count. Montague would love to keep Day off the bases. He runs well. Threat to steal. Lead off man. Probably take it on this pitch if I were to guess. Harriman will bring it right down the middle. And he walks him. 4 straight pitches. Brings the roar of the crowd for the Shelby faithful. So 1 out walk given up by Harriman's. It's the second walk, actually the second walk issued for him today. Brings up Velasco. He pitched the game against West Michigan Christian. Got a nice lead there. Throw on over for Harriman's. Gets back easily for Day Garcia. He got his nickname or his name from his mom he was sharing with us at Friday Night Lights. Harriman hits the outside corner of the strike. Garcia is not stealing, at least not yet. Going to probably steal if this is an off-speed pitch. There he goes. Throws, and he's going to get in there easy. Coach Wright was waiting for a potential off-speed pitch. So what the coach did is he didn't go on the first one because it's potentially a fastball. The fastball, especially if it was a strike, then your second pitch, you're probably going to throw an off-speed or a breaking pitch, which gives you a little more time to steal. So Garcia is on second base. Fouls that one off. One down. Tying runs at second. You've got your number 2 and your number 3 hitters right here. Garcia's taking a peek. Harriman's up 1-2 on. He fouls that one off. Last time up, it was probably a 10-pitch at bat. Harriman's is already up to 49 pitches, almost half his allowance, and we're here in the 3rd inning, so he will not make the full game, more than likely. But don't worry, there's plenty. Ooh, that was actually a balk, but they didn't call it. Actually, it's a pop-up. He's got a nice play by Bailey there. The reason I mentioned as a potentially a balk here is he did not come set there. So there's 2 out. So they're going to put on, they're going to intentionally walk Smith and pitch to Simon. Smith had a nice base hit the last time at bat. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. They're going to try a pickoff move. Safe. At second. One nice thing about Garcia, he's got kind of the best cleats here, kind of a fuchsia pink. You definitely find him if it's starting to get dark in the ball game. Then when ball gets past, the breaking ball gets past Tolman, so runners will advance to second and third. That's more of a wild pitch. That's just a tough pitch to handle. So a big part of the game right here. The Shelby Tigers would like to get a base hit, potentially go up. Harriman's like to take care of Simon himself. Here is the pitch. It gets past him. It looks like they will tie the ball game here. So a couple of balls that got past the catcher here from Montague. And they score basically on no hits. They tie the ball game. It's another ball. This is a fake bunt, and he walks him. So runners on the corners now. Looks like Coach Moss is going to come out and talk to Cole Harrimans. He's thrown 55 pitches. He's given up 4 walks. He has struck out 5. He's given up 1 earned run, 1 hit. Coach Moss is just telling him, hey, you got this thing. You just got to throw it. Don't worry about it. Kelly is up for Eli Kelly is up, the shortstop for Shelby. Be interesting to see if he goes a straight steal here with 2 outs. Truman does throw the ball well. If they'll risk it or not. Nope. And he hits it with a strike. So 1 strike, runners on the corners, 2 outs, 1-1 ball game. Ron Smolin here giving you the play-by-play district finals here in Shelby, Michigan. And he swings and misses on that breaking ball. So quickly down 0-2. Peterson gets the sign. Probably get another breaking pitch, I would assume. Let's take a look. Strikes him out on the breaking pitch. So he strands 2, but Shelby does put across the tying run. Brings us to the top of 3. Or bottom of 3. 1-1 ball game. Great ball game here. Again, our sponsors, we thank them all. Shelby State Bank, 3 different branches, 3 different sponsors, all of them serving 95 years. We think of all the other sponsors. We appreciate them. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, Gaby Peterson, those folks, Sports Academy. Lets us be out here enjoying baseball, America's pastime. Some great baseball going on here in the districts. How much more? Only thing missing is a hot dog truck. That would be nice to have a hot dog truck here, but you can't have it all. Dede Garcia has thrown 22 pitches in 2 innings. So brings up Levi Auger. Bottom of 3. Second baseman. Him and Johnson have been the middle infielders. For Coach Moss, have come of age. I talked to him earlier this season with the Whitehall Montague game. Hits a strike. He had lost a couple of senior middle infielders last year, so it took a little bit, but they've done well for him. Swing and a miss. So work the count back even 2-2. Good ball game here, 1-1. Pops that one up, foul. Looks like a millennial from Hart's going to take that one home. Dede gets the sign, stretches, fouls that one off. Looks like a young man from Stanton Street is going to get that one. Ball's high, runs the count full. Dede's got some folks from Shelby rooting him on. Gets the pitch. Another chopper over there. Coach Moss going to run after that one. Is going to grab that one. Three and 2. sets, pitches. It hits wall, hits well over there. Fly ball, but it's playable. Waller's got a beat on it. Makes the catch. Just missed that one for Auger. Got a little bit under. It was a towering fly ball to center field. Waller camped under it, squeezed it. We got Wall one out. Brings us to the top of the order for Bradley Cooper. Playing left field today. And that'll be in for a base hit. Didn't hit it very hard. It was an off-speed pitch. Might have been off the end of the bat. Doesn't matter. Looks all the same on the scoreboard. So a one-out single for Cooper. Brings up Fletcher Tolman. A little bit high on that one. Couple of championship clubs here. Shelby from the Rivers division. Montague from the... That's another one hit. Went over to Waller, grabs it, throws it on in, so 2 outs. That one hit a little bit better, but right at Waller in center field. He puts it in the palm of his glove. Throws it on over. Brings up to the third hitter for Montague, Cole Moss. Playing center fielder himself. Cole, another all-conference player for the Wildcats. Also a football player. Wind's starting to pick up here a little bit. Gets the sign. It's a strike. He's going to steal. He's safe. Gets under. Ball's on the ground. So stolen base for Auger. It was a one hopper over there. I don't even think if he would have caught it, he would have got him. It was really close. But it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So runner in scoring position for Montague. And fastball out. Montague would like to scratch and run and cross right here. He pops it up, should get him out of the inning. He makes the catch. Kelly does at short. So Montague strands a run at second. Keeps the game tied. Brings us to the 4th inning. Turning into a real barn burner here. Good pitching. Good ball game, 4-4. First should be 1-1 in the 4th inning. Again, our sponsors are help us put this on. You can see them. I'm glad you're taking a look at them as you listen to this broadcast. Shoreline Foot and Ankle. Shelby State Bank, all 3 branches help sponsor this broadcast in Shelby, North Muskegon, and Montague. Bulldog Dumpsters have also sponsored this broadcast, along with the others. Testing 1 2 test. as we get closer to the next inning here. So back at the ball game here. Waller is up. Takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Got the ball is out, breaking ball. Waller's been pretty busy out in center field. Pops that one up. Should be easy for Moss. He's got to, or actually he's going to take over for Cooper. Grabs it. So 1 up and 1 down for brings up Weiss. Weiss is playing left field today. That's going to be it. Right, shot right at Johnson. Gobbles it up. 2 up, 2 down. He hit it well. He hit it right at Johnson. Flashed the leather, put it in his pocket. 2 up, 2 down. Brings up Gowell playing first base today. Ball's inside. First inning where Harriman's is not hit, had the first 2 batters being out. Gobbler right over to Johnson's got plenty of time. Ooh, throws it high. That'll be an error on Johnson. What happened on that play, it was a ball hit right to him. He bumbled it. He actually had more time than he thought. Then he made a errant throw. So they got a runner on first with 2 outs. Brings up number 9 hitter, Jaden Furman. Gowell's not a threat to run. It's a little chopper over. Another base hit. Over to left field. Took a first pitch fastball. Right past Peterson's glove at third base. So brings up Day Garcia. So Coach Moss calls timeout, tells his outfield where to play. We're gonna do a pinch runner for for Gowell. Guy with a little more speed. Brings up Day Garcia. If you're Shelby, he's the guy you want up to bat. So a couple of 2-out singles puts Shelby in with the runner at scoring position and 1 up first. And he swings, a grounder to second, gobbles it, and throws it on over to first, retires the side. So they get out of the jam with nothing hurt. Brings us to bottom of 4. Still 1-1. So far, for the pitching wise, Harriman's thrown 67 pitches, giving up a couple hits, 1 run, 1 earned run, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. for Dede Garcia. He's pitched 3 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run. No walks and no strikeouts. It's been a great ball game so far, 1-1 as you would expect. The district's finals. One of these ball games, when it's this close, it's whoever makes the least amount of mistakes will win it. Brings up Dylan Bailey, playing right field today. It's their number 4 hitter. Dede Peterson gets the count. I have a feeling it's probably a breaking pitch. Let's take a look. Number 4 hitter. Yep, pops up. Should be playable. Left fielder calls it. Grabs it. That is Mr. Weiss. 1 pitch, 1 out. It was a sky ball, had a little frost on the way down. Brings up Chase Kurgel, was DHing for Eli Pendle, playing first base. Takes a first pitch strike. Another one. Another breaking pitch. Hits the spot. No balls, 2 strikes. Dede gets it, delivers. Little chopper right to Dede. Gobbles it up, looks at him, throws it on over. 2 up, 2 down. Brings up Eli Peterson, playing third base the second game. He pitched a masterful game versus North Muskegon, lead off today. Shutout. Off-speed breaking ball, a little bit inside. 1 ball. Ron Smolin here doing the play-by-play, third game. Swing, oop, nope, no swing, just a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Little inside on the breaking pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike. Swing and a miss on the fastball. 2-2. 2s across the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Reminds me of the show growing up in the 70s, room 222. Dede peers in, sees what he likes. Oh, calls time. Peterson steps out. The Montague dugout, riling it up. High on the fastball, so runs the count full. Peers in, takes the set, delivers. That's a pop. That'll be in for another base hit. Floats it on over the second baseman's head. So 2-out single for Peterson. Nice bit of hitting there. It was actually a decent pitch. He went out kind of in front of him low and poked it to right field for a 2-out single. Brings up Johnson. Oh, excuse me, Harriman's. Takes a strike. fouls that one off. So quickly out 0-2. That's his 50th pitch of the game. He's thrown 37 strikes for a 74% strike percentage, which is very good. Win a lot of ball games that way. Strikes him out on a off-speed pitch. You could hear the Shelby crowd fired up about that. So he strands the guy on first on the 2-out single. Brings us to top of 5. It's still a 1-1 ball game. And we are going to join it here. And we appreciate our sponsors. We want to call them out on this middle inning break. The Sports Academy. Garrett Moyer and Guzzy down there. You need some swings. You need some instruction. Go to them. Shoreline Foot and Ankle. Hey, if you need any foot and ankle work done, Dr. Paparella, DeYoung, Cavo, they can help you out. We've got 3 Shelby State Bank groups that sponsor us. This is the one up in the mother group in Shelby sponsoring us. We got Bulldog Dumpsters. Thinking about what you want to take care of in the summer, go to Bulldog Dumpsters. They'll help you clean that out. Then we have the Shelby Street in Montague, and they're excited that the Montague Wildcats are in the finals. Go down and see them. Gaby Peterson is a big supporter of Shelby area businesses, and she's excited too. Says, go Tigers. Then we have the Shelby State Bank branch in North Muskegon. They were excited to sponsor this broadcast. Go with Mario Lending. And also Cadena Brothers Pizzeria. They have also good wings along with pizza. And all these, we want to thank them for being able to put this broadcast together. And I'm happy to be able to be here watching it and broadcasting it for you. I'm Ron Smolin. This game's clipping along. We are 1 hour into the ball game. Each team has 1 run, so ones are wild. Brings up the number 2 hitter, Belasco, Leighton Belasco. The heart of the lineup for Shelby. It's a little chopper. Peterson grabs it, steps on first, so 1 pitch, 1 out. Shelby's got the kind of the dark purple uniforms with like a fuchsia for numbers. Montague in all black. Brings up Smith. He got an intentional walk last time. He's got one of the 2 Shelby hits today. It's a high fastball. There's a line shot up the middle first inning. He hits the outside corner with a breaking pitch, 1-1. Foul, pops that one up. Should be playable by, oh, he drops it. It was Pendle had a beat on it. It was a pop-up. It was over in the foul area. Hit his glove and popped out. He's a little frustrated at himself. Smith's got new life there. So 1-2. Looks like Montague's got a warning there. Or excuse me, Shelby's got a warning, bench warning. They were chirping a little bit too much to the Montague players. You can't do that in high school. 1-2, he delivers. A little chopper over to Peterson, throws on over hard. 2 outs, 2 up, 2 down. Brings on up Simon. Chase Simon playing third base today. A little bit low on that one. And delivers. A little bit high on that breaking pitch. So 2-0. 2 down here. 1-1 ball game. Top of 5. Turning to be the championship final as expected. Swing and a big swing and a miss there. Fastball. Strike on a off-speed breaking pitch. Hits the outside corner. 2-2. Let's see what Harriman's here has here. If he's going to go to a fastball or an off-speed. Let's take a look. And he delivers. Fouls that one off. And he puts his bat out, goes right to Bailey. Dylan Bailey, and he squeezes it. So 3 up, 3 down for Shelby. Takes us to bottom of 5, still 1-1. As this game is cruising along. That's 78 pitches, so I could be wrong. Harriman's gets another couple innings like that, and he could finish the game. On the other hand, Garcia's got 51 pitches. Montague's got 1 run on 2 hits. Or excuse me, Shelby's got 1 run on 2 hits. Montague's got 1 run on 5 hits with 2 errors. The hits for Shelby, Smith, and Furman got the hits. For Montague, Bradley, Eli Peters got 2 hits. Harriman's got 1, and then Johnson's got a hit. RBI, Kay Johnson's got an RBI, and the RBI for, there is no RBI for Shelby because it came on a wild pitch. So a great ball game here. Good to be a part of it. As expected. When our broadcasting decided where to do districts, we knew this game or this district would be exciting with some good baseball teams here playing. And no surprise. Brings up Carter Johnson leading off. Had a hit last time. Day leads off with a ball high. Ground ball over to second base, gobbled up by Blasco, throws on over. So 1 up, 1 down for Montague. Brings up Auger. Levi Auger. Playing second base. Breaking ball inside. Ball 1. And the top of the order then for Montague after Auger. Fouls that ball off. Breaking ball in for another strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. A little bit high on that breaking ball, 2-2. We got crowds up and along the lines. We got some crowds in the right field area, and strikes him out. So 2 up, 2 down. We got crowds all over. We got crowds watching in their cars in the outfield. This is a nice group. Pure Americana right here. Only thing missing, I don't smell any barbecue. That would be kind of nice, some barbecue. Cooper Bradley hits it, gets past third baseman. So 1 out, E5 there. Montague will take it. Brings up Fletcher Tolman. Garcia goes, throw. So Brown over to him, gobbles it up, throws it on over. And a nice scoop by Gowell to retain the side. So Simons made a nice job on knocking that ball down. He fielded it. He threw it on over, and it was a short hop. Gowell made a nice pick on that play, nice scoop to retire the side. So it takes us to top of 6 as we get close to the end here. 1-1 ball game as the battle continues. May 30th as we closing into June. Feeling more like summer here in Oceana County. Cole Harriman still on the bump for Montague. Doing a nice job. Been able to get out of a couple of jams. Got 6 strikeouts, 4 walks, 3 wild pitches, but still a 1-1 ball game. Last inning was a great inning for him. Mowed everyone down. Brings up Eli Kelly. First pitch strike for Harriman's. Off speed. Right down. Hits the lower part of the zone. A little bit low on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Harriman gets the pitch, count, throws. Swing and a miss on the sidearm pitch. He'll drop down. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Let's see what Harriman has in store. High on that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kelly has a walk and a strikeout today. Strikes him out, hits the inside corner. Kelly wasn't so sure about that. Took a look at the umpire, but doesn't matter. 1 out. Brings up Waller. Harriman gets the sign and delivers. Inside on the fastball. One down here. We're top of 6. 1-1 ball game. Eli Waller up. Off speed pitch, hits a strike. That breaking ball cuts down, hits the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hits a strike. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Harriman delivers. Pops that one up. Pendle's got it. Takes a look. Hits the ball, hits his glove, and it's got new life. So Waller's got new life there. It was near the fence here. It was a tougher play for Pendle. Almost had it. Gets the sign, wind up, delivers, and he fouls that one off. So the wind is still there, going from right to left. You can see the American flag. It's held up some balls, some well-hit balls here today, but outfielders have been able to make the plays on them. Harriman gets the sign, delivers, fouls that one off here. It's a good at-bat for Waller. Pushing up Harriman's pitch count. It's at almost 90 now. Gets the sign, delivers, inside, runs the count to full. Got some Shelby fans to the left of me. Excited, I could hear the Montague dugout into the game as if it was the first inning, which is great. Harriman delivers, and it's going to be over right to, oh, and he drops it. Almost, he's hit his glove, but almost a great play by Bradley. Bradley looks over because they're screaming at some Shelby fans, but it was a good effort by Bradley. Almost made a great play on that one. That'll be scored as a single. Brings up Trevor Weiss. So 1 out single. It's a breaking pitch in for a strike. Harriman takes a peek over at first. And he bunts. It's going to be foul. So he's got 2 strikes on him. 1 out. Shelby has a runner at first. Waller at first. Decent sized lead, but I don't think he'll be going. Unless it's a hit and run. But there's 2 strikes here. And he strikes him out. It's a big strikeout for Harriman. 2 outs. Brings up Gowell now. That ball's out. It's 1 ball. Harriman's is up to 95 pitches. You go to 105, or you can continue on if that's when your pitchers have it. It's a strike with a breaking pitch, 101. So let's say he's at a new batter at 104. You can continue on to, let's say, 106, 107, 108. That one's down. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. So Waller will not be stealing. They want to get through the bottom of this batting order so he gets to the meat of their lineup. And he throws it outside. So 3-1. Runner on first, 1-1 ball game. Ron Smolin here with you. Latter half of this championship ball game. Breaking pitch in for a strike. So runs the count full. Waller will be taken off as Harriman goes to the plate. You'll get a good jump if there happens to be a base hit. Here's the pitch. And he walks him. He went interesting. He went through the breaking pitch on a 3-2, and it was high. So now we got runners on first and second. Brings up Furman, Jane Furman. He has one of the 3 Shelby hits versus Harriman's. Go ahead runs at second base. And the pitch. Throws it high. Harriman's now is at 101 pitches. And he delivers. Swing and a miss. One and one. Little bit out. 2 balls, 1 strike. This may be his last batter. Let's take a look. It depends on this pitch right here. Swing and a miss. So this will be his last batter, more than likely. So 2-2. I still would like to get him here, end the inning. And delivers a pitch. And he hits it. It's going to be a gap. Could be. It's in the gap, so they will score at least 1. Nice 2-out RBI double for the 9th batter, Furman. Now that was impressive. Now Cooper made a great stab at it. I thought he almost would come up for it. And that'll be the last batter, be a new pitcher. So Shelby does take the lead here. And they have runners on second and third. In the top of 6. It's be interesting who Coach Moss brings in the pitch. He's got a lot to go through. It's actually going to go back to Peterson, it looks like. He does have some pitches to go to. This first game, let's take a look here. We'll take a peek on the first game. See how many pitches he has to go to. So yeah, he has 13 pitches to play with compared to the last game. Eli Peterson will be coming in to pitch for Montague. He can pitch 105 again in one day, so. So Furman came through in the clutch here. A 2-out double. Scores Waller from second base. Gowell goes to third. Got Day Garcia, top of the order. Against Eli Peterson, the star of the first game. Two big runs for Shelby, if they can do it. Ball's out. Oh, throws high, 2-0. For a starting pitcher, it's not always the easiest thing to come in. So 2-0 to come in and to start blasting strikes. Swing and a miss. So 2-1. And he gets by him. He's going to probably have time to get him out. And he's out. So he tried to run on a pass ball. And Gowell is a big fella. He doesn't run very well, but you just have to make that decision. Tolman gets back fast, and he tagged him. But they still take the lead here. And we go to the bottom of 6. Shelby 2, Montague 0. Lots of excitement there. So again, we want to thank our sponsors here. You can see them listed throughout the whole telecast. Got a very good ball game here. Lots of excitement. Pass ball leads to an out at the plate. Shelby's fired up. But Montague still has 2 at-bats. They can tie it up here. Day Garcia himself is at 59 pitches, so he is at no danger of getting to the pitch count. Brings up Cole Moss to the heart of the lineup for Montague. Be Moss, Bailey, and Kurtzel. Day starts off with a strike. Gets the sign and delivers the pitch. Off speed, that's hit really well. Over to the, and he catches it. Nice catch by Weiss. I thought it might have got over his head. He's fired up, he's yelling. He's as excited as it could be. Moss hit it well. I thought it might have got over Weiss's head, but he jumps up, snags the ball. 1 up, 1 down. Otherwise, that gets past him. That is at least a double, if not a triple. So as I mentioned, good defense wins ball games for you. So 1 up, 1 down brings up Bailey. Throws it on over. Nice play by second baseman over to Day Garcia. So 2 up, 2 down. Crowd from Shelby is excited here. So 2 down now. Brings up Chase Kurzel. Swings and misses an off-speed pitch. Breaking ball. They delivers. Fastball hits the corner, strike 2. So quickly out 0-2, 2 down, bottom of 6. Shelby up 2-1. Ron Smolin here on the call. The wind's picking up and so is the excitement, and he strikes him out. 3 straight pitches. They are fired up in Shelby, and they should be. Tigers up by 1, going in the top of 7. So that brings us to our sponsors again. We want to thank them for us to be able to be a part of this exciting championship ball game. Shelby State Bank, the one in North Muskegon, one of our first ones to say yes to being a sponsor, so we want to thank them. Go with Mario Lending. We also want to thank the Cadena Brothers Pizzeria, Cadena Brothers, and also KLLB Media, along with R&R Sports Broadcasting, helps bring you this audio cast. The Sports Academy, Garrett, Moyer, and Guzzy down by the mall, in the mall. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, for all your foot and ankle needs. Go to the specialist, don't fool around. Shelby State Bank in Shelby, the mothership. How fitting that the games are here in Shelby. Bulldog Dumpsters. Look at that dog, they mean business when it comes to dumpsters. And then the Shelby State Bank and Montague, they were super excited to be able to sponsor this district finals, and we were happy they said yes. And then Gaby Peterson, 5-star realtor, been a supporter of Shelby area schools and businesses for a long time, Gaby Peterson. So then brings us to the top of 7. Day was at bat when there was that pass ball. Chase Gowell Neil Gowell tried to score. Eli Peterson's on the bump for a few more pitches. Off speed in for a strike. Shelby would like to get some insurance runs here in the top of the order. Swing and a miss on that one. Quickly out 0-2. The Shelby fans getting fired up. Off speed down. Didn't bite on that one. Nice crowd here. Probably 150 people watching. Fouls that one off. Looks like a tourist from Petwater running after that one. Big crowd here. It's nice to see it in baseball. Strikes him out, hits the outside corner. Another strikeout for Peterson on the day. So 1 up, 1 down. Probably got one more batter. Potentially. He hits that one. That's going to float up there. Moss has got a beat on it. Grabs it. Puts it away. So 2 down. Brings up Smith, catcher. 2 runs and 4 hits for Shelby. 1 run, 8 hits, and 2 boo-boos for Montague. Swing and a miss on that off-speed pitch. Swing and a fouls that one off on the off-speed pitch. So quickly out 0-2 for Peterson. And he delivers. He gobbles up a little bit over. Peterson will take it and he'll run to first base himself, step on this, and 3 up, 3 down. He had to do what he needed to do, which is not give up any runs. So we go to the bottom of 7. Shelby up 2-1. Do or die for the Wildcats. Day's up on the bump still. Exciting ball game. We had some exciting ball games from districts. It was a lot of fun to call all 3 of them. I want to thank my color commentators for the first 2 games. Tim Schuppe was it on the first. We had a little bit of technical difficulty getting it going, but we did. We missed the first inning. Montague beat North Muskegon 2-0 in a pitcher's duel. Second game, Nick Moss was here to give me plenty of stories and insight. And it was great to have Nick here. It was a close game for a while, but Shelby pulled past West Michigan Christian 12-2. And then for the championship game, we are here. Another pitcher's duel, just a really well-played ball game. Shelby just came up on one, put one across here on a big hit double by Jaden Furman, the number 9 hitter. And this puts up Peterson. He's actually had a couple hits so far in this game. He's 2 for 2. So he's been feeling it, seeing it on. He's got his number. He's got Day's number. So, and he pops it up. Should be playable by the. It's coming in a little bit. It's going to be tough. And he makes the catch. That is the right fielder. Smith came running in on that one. He's got an arm out there. So 1 up, 1 down. That is a tougher play than you think. Brings up Harriman's. He's a starting pitcher. A little bit low on the off speed. Hits the outside higher strike zone, strike 1. One strike, 1 ball, 1 out. Bottom of 7. Shelby up 2-1 in this district final. And that's going to be floated in. Oh, almost made the catch, but that is safe. No. No, he was safe. I think that ball hit the ground. Did they call him out? Actually called him out. I think he trapped that one, but I'm not going to say much. So it looks like he called him out. It was a heck of a try, but Coach Moss is fired up. So they called him out on that one. So it's 2 down. From my view, I'm not going to say much. Us umpires all stick together, but it looked like he trapped that ball, to be honest with you. But it is what it is. It's 2 down. There's a strike. Brings up Cade Johnson. It's 1 more out. They're down to the last out. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes. It's a great thing about baseball. There's no clock in baseball. It's one of the only games with no clock. So you have to get the outs. Day-Day's got it. 0-2. Strikes him out. Shelby wins it. They take the district championship. For Coach Wright, as this is his last season, Day-Day does it. You hear the horns honking. Jaden Furman, Day-Day Garcia team up for combination, the 2 heroes, I would say, of this game. As they continue on, a great season, co-champions of the Rivers Division. Montague played a great game also, but unfortunately someone has to go home. And Shelby will be moving on to the regionals. As one of the greatest traditions right here, everyone lines up and shakes each other's hands. As we go on to some of the stats of today's game. So it's exciting for it to happen on here. So for Montague, hitting wise, Cooper Bradley was 2 for 3. Eli Peters was 2 for 3 also. Kate Johnson was 1 for 3 and had the RBI for the game. Pitching wise, Cole Harriman's pitched 5 2/3 innings. Gave up 4 hits, 2 earned runs, struck out 8, but he did walk 5. He did have some wild pitches, which led to one of the runs. Eli Peterson did come in, struck out the side. For the winning Shelby Tigers, I think the big, as mentioned, the big 2 that stick out for me was Mr. Furman, Jaden Furman, actually had 2 hits in the game, including a RBI double to take the lead. And then